Ready now?
All right.
Goodness. Calling to order the October meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We're gathered here in the Denver offices after a great summer of travel and experiences, and today we're looking forward to the business plan readouts from the staff on all of our different lines of business. Hello, Philip.
Hello.
So let's do our roll call. Commissioner Chavez,
Here.
Commissioner Heath. Here. Commissioner Scanlon.
Here.
Chair is here and we're missing
Commissioner
Aaron Clark.
Clark, I think, is at the housing conference. We've known for a while.
We've known for a
Not
while.
In October, so
So we do have a
4 out of
quorum.
5, and we have a quorum.
And at this time, I'd like to ask members of the public if there are any non-agenda items that anyone would like to discuss.
Folks listening along online or in the room, if you'd like to make a comment about an item that is not on our agenda today, please use the raise hand feature on your screen and we'll promote you to be able to address the board directly. And no hands are being raised.
Thank you. Director Ryan, I guess we're over to you for any announcements.
I'll roll them into the staff report.
Sounds good. Mr. Brass, welcome your update.
Morning, Madam Chair, Director Ryan, Tim Brass, Assistant Director for Parks, Wildlife and Lands with DNR. Had a couple updates. One, wanted to start with a couple of policy updates. We've been tracking a number of bills that have been moved through the interim committees. And to start, wanted to go through the Water Resources and Agricultural Review Committee report out. A few bills we're tracking is the protection of personal information of livestock depredation claimants. This would protect private landowners from having their personal information released through FOIA requests. We've heard from several landowners that had concerns around filing depredation claims for wolves in particular. And we're just trying to get a better handle of the issues there. Typically err on the side of transparency on these issues, but also understand that the situation is currently pretty complex, and we continue to review the bill from that perspective and haven't taken a formal position at this time. There is a bill that came out of the committee looking at the creation of the future of severance tax. It's a severance task force. And this bill is designed to explore the impact of severance taxes on water resources and to also develop recommendations for ways to continue funding for water needs in the face of decreasing severance tax revenue, which is generated through oil and gas revenue and supports a large share of our current water projects throughout the state. Another bill that was previously identified as a DNR priority, but has since been brought forth through the interim committee. It's a reauthorization of the habitat stamp program. In 2006, hunters and anglers who are looking to provide more funding to protect critical wildlife habitat from development and to expand hunting and fishing access brought forth this program. Through the program, every hunter and angler is required to contribute $12.15 to the program. And since its inception, it's helped to secure public access to 146,000 acres and has also protected 324,000 acres from development. The program is set to sunset in 2027. This bill would permanently reauthorize this wildly successful program, which has been a top priority for the department, and will continue to be so. Will continue to be a priority this legislative session. The last item that made it through that committee is the legacy Mining and Modernization Act. This is a priority bill for the Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety. It's a DNR initiated bill that we see as a stateside complement to the Good Samaritan legislation, which is currently working its way through Congress. It would make it easier to clean up mine sites by reducing regulatory burdens for projects that slowly focus on reclamation. This would be achieved through the creation of a new permit type that would facilitate removal of waste piles while also providing some regulatory oversight. The permit would incentivize companies and private entities to engage in the cleanup of these waste piles by sending the material to a licensed mill for extraction of valuable metals. We believe that incentivizing the removal of waste piles can help provide benefit to property owners while also providing for needed cleanup. We've also been tracking a number of bills that have come through a newly formed interim committee, the American Indian Affairs Study Committee. This committee was intended to provide the legislature a forum to better build relationships with the American Indian communities and to address the challenges faced by American Indians in Colorado. This committee was originally only intended to be stood up for this past interim session. But one of the committee's top 3 priority bills is to continue its work for the next 5 years. And so if this bill comes through this upcoming session, we expect to continue to remain engaged in that committee. Stacy Coleman with our shop has been really leading the charge there and provided a couple of presentations on DNR priorities through that committee. DNR has been, we've been monitoring several bills that have come through that committee. One bill of note is a bill that would classify big game or classify bison as a big game species. Would create a dual classification, so we'd have a classification for livestock and then also big game for bison. We haven't developed a formal position on that bill yet, but staff at CPW have been diving into the details and will continue to remain engaged on that bill as it moves forward. A couple of federal policy updates. There's several pieces of legislation that we've been actively tracking in Congress. This includes the Good Samaritan legislation that I mentioned earlier, the Fix Our Forests Act, Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin's Endangered Fish Recovery Programs Reauthorization Act, the State Voting Act, and a few others. Congress is expected to return to DC on November 12th and resume business on those bills. Energy and ECMC updates. Just yesterday, ECMC adopted cumulative impact and enhanced systems and practice rules for oil and gas operators. Those rules, which strengthen Colorado's oil and gas regulations, require operators to adopt new, more protective practices in oil and gas development to ensure that operators are compliant with air pollution requirements adopted through CDPHE and the Air Quality Control Commission. ECMC's new rules also require operators to provide additional opportunities for communities, particularly disproportionately impacted communities, to engage in the permitting process. These rules also strengthen the permitting process to reduce NOx and greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas operations. ECMC has noticed the carbon capture and storage rulemaking, and this will begin on December 2nd. The draft rules are now available for review on ECMC's website. Anyone interested in being a party to the rulemaking must sign up by October 16th. ECMC is hosting a virtual stakeholder meeting to discuss the rules on October 21st. This rulemaking will help inform the foundation of the state's application to the US EPA to gain regulatory authority over Class 6 injection wells in Colorado. Lastly, the produced water rulemaking has been noticed and will be starting on December 11th. The draft rules are available for review on ECMC's website and as required through House Bill 1242. The draft rules establish a schedule for oil and gas operators to increase the use of recycled produced water and decrease the use of fresh water in oil and gas operations. One quick forestry update. CoSwap's third round of workforce development grants is open for application through November 1st. This grant provides crew time awards for Conservation Corps and Department of Corrections SWIFT crews, as well as workforce training. Lastly, a couple CPW updates. Colorado Parks and Wildlife recently stood up a new beaver working group, and they're now working through that group to develop a statewide beaver management plan. As this process evolves, we expect there to be close coordination with state land board staff. As has been widely reported in the news, CPW captured the depredating wolves from the Copper Creek Pack in Grand County. And CPW continues to hold those wolves in captivity while staff assess options for potential re-release. At the same time, CPW is successful in securing a new source of wolves for capture from British Columbia. And CPW staff will be working with biologists there to capture the wolves in the coming months. Wolves will be tested and treated for disease from the source sites. Collars will be placed on all of the wolves. The wolves will be transported in crates as occurred previously with Oregon. And the wolves will be released at select sites in Colorado as soon as they arrive. That's the end of my report. Answer any questions folks have or take.
Questions, commissioners? Thank you. Commissioner Chavez?
Yeah, Tim, thank you. Regarding the severance tax, and we know that's such a major source for CWCB and all the other, water projects. Is there a spot where we can go and look at the history or where, let's say there's so much money every year, how it gets split up today? Or could you provide that?
Yeah, I could follow up with that.
Maybe over the next, over the past 5 years, over the last 5, 6, 7 years. I think that'd be great just to see where the money is going, because we do know that's one of our concerns is, revenue from oil and gas and.
Yeah, I could definitely follow up with that or follow up on that. Carly with our shop has been diving in on specifics around that as it relates to DNR programs. And I think there'll be more that'll come out of that study committee as well. But in the meantime, happy to follow up with
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, before we dive into the next item, I want to note for our record and for our listeners, one change to our agenda. The request for review with Camilletti and Sons, the Camillettis were not able to join us today and want to have the opportunity to address you all directly. And so we're going to push that back to November. It doesn't change any of the dates. We've provided them notice that their lease is expiring in a year, but they still want the opportunity to speak to you all. And so they will do that in November instead of October. So just for anyone who is listening at home for that item, it'll be in November, not October.
Good enough. Thank you, Director. Yep. So in our business to come before the board today, we have a guest, Mr. Seeley, who's going to present, I thought, the carbon sequestration update, but it looks like.
I'm just introducing him.
Fernanda, please proceed.
Just one technical note, Mark, listening along, you're in charge of your mic and camera.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Mark. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Commissioners. Crystal Crandon, Minerals Director. I'd like to introduce Mark Seeley this morning. He was hired by the ECMC last fall as the lead carbon capture utilization and storage specialist. He's responsible for developing, implementing, and managing the regulatory and permitting requirements for CCUS in Colorado. And Mark and I have attended multiple conferences together over the last year. And I saw him specifically give this presentation to the Interagency Carbon Management Group, which is a group of different DNR staff members that meet and talk about different carbon things going on in each agency. And I just thought that the board might be interested in hearing an update on the Class 6 primacy application and where things are headed. And then this morning, we also have Michael Rigby, who is an expert on CCS, and his actual title is a CCUS Geothermal Underground Gas Storage Programs Coordinator. And I have seen Michael speak many times, and he recently did a lunch and learn on things he's doing, and I'm pretty sure it's everything at the ECMC. It was quite extensive, so without further ado, go ahead, Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. Appreciate the opportunity to kind of explain where we're at with our Class 6 regulations. I thought you introduced us well. I thought we'd just quickly continue that. Obviously, name's Mark Seeley, as Crystal mentioned, been here for about a year. My background is primarily about 20 years in the oil and gas industry. I transitioned into CCS about 2 years ago. Then Mike, I'll let you do a quick update, then we'll just hop into the slide.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mark, and thanks, board, for having us here today. I'm Michael Rigby. I'm with the ECMC. I dabble, as Crystal said, in about everything that's not oil and gas at ECMC. I work on geothermal, carbon sequestration, and other items and studies. And I've been working on carbon sequestration for the state since 2021, and happy to answer any questions here as necessary.
Okay, sounds great. I'm going to share my screen to get the slides going. Please let me know if you guys can see them.
Yes.
Okay, sounds great. So quick overview of where the state has been over the last couple of years, where we find ourselves today, then give an overview of the Class 6 regulations, and then talk about kind of next steps and moving forward. So carbon capture and sequestration is a set of technologies designed to capture CO2 either from the atmosphere or from industrial processes. Class 6 wells are specifically used to inject CO2 deep into this subsurface. And Class 6 regulations are obviously designed to regulate that type of activity. You may be asking yourself, why do we need specific regulations over CO2 injection wells? And I'm going to give you three kind of reasons why. The number one is buoyancy. Carbon dioxide, when it's injected into the subsurface, will tend to want to rise. And so there needs to be specific, guidelines and regulations and science and data collected to ensure that the CO2 is staying where it's designed to stay. The second one is corrosivity. Carbon dioxide, when it comes into contact with formation fluids, can form what is known as carbonic acid. It's not an extremely strong acid, but it is an acid nonetheless. I'm going to use an analogy as we walk our way through this of a container. So imagine you have a container on your kitchen counter and you were to fill it with water, put a lid on it and leave it there. Obviously, unless your water is terrible, which I don't think it is, that container is going to sit there in the, with the water for a long period of time and nothing's going to happen to it. But conversely, if you were to put, a clean chemical in that container and leave it for a long time, more than likely over time, there's going to be some degradation of that container. And so just like having carbonic acid in the formation, we just want to make sure that that container and its surrounding material is capable of handling that material long term. And the third one, speaking of long term, is permanence. These projects are designed to last beyond our lifetime. They're designed to last generations, if not longer. I often describe it to people as it really is essentially oil and gas in reverse. looking for a good storage reservoir with a solid container or lid on that container to make sure that you know, the CO2 does not escape. So those are the three kind of main reasons why we have them. Going back to talk about the full history, you know, this work, and Mike mentioned he's been doing this for several years. He really was the one that kind of led all this back in 2019 when the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap came out, as well as a CCUS task force. In it, it was identified that carbon capture and sequestration was a viable tool in the state's decarbonization tool belt, and that, a strong a tool in the decarbonization tool belt. And essentially the ECMC was determined to be a good place for the regulations to reside with the subject matter expertise that we have. Concurrent with that was the first of kind of 3 ECMC reports. The first one was in regards to primacy. What would primacy look like? And essentially just an overview. These projects are currently regulated by the EPA. And in order for states to have jurisdiction over these projects, they need to establish regulations that are just as protective as the EPA. And then they must file an application, what's called a primacy application, to basically be granted or be evaluated and then eventually granted primacy over these activities. And so first report was designed of what would it take for the state to get primacy. And then the following year was a second report that basically came out and said, okay, these are the additional legislative and other items that need to be established in order for the state to apply for primacy and be granted it. And then the final of the third reports of the 3 reports was a CCS safety study that really evaluated the safety of carbon capture systems, pipeline transportation systems, as well as the sequestration or subsurface class 6 activities. And so I just want to point these out as well. All of these are available on our ECMC website on the library page. They're not light reading. There a lot of pages, can get pretty technical very quickly, but nonetheless have a great set of information for people to just learn up on. Okay, so moving on to kind of the class 6 regs, I built this to really demonstrate that our regulations are built on the foundation of the EPA regulations. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot obtain primacy unless we demonstrate that our regulations are as stringent as the EPA's, in which case they are. We are actually going to be more stringent in the EPA in many aspects, and I'll work our way through that. So think of the EPA regulations as the technical blueprint or the how to do CCS activities, whereas the Colorado regulations are more focused around the where and the who. So where is the most appropriate siting location that is community friendly, and then who needs to be involved throughout the process through notifications and consultations. And I think that's where we'll spend some time in a little bit, because that's kind of right up your guys' alley and where your focus is. Going into the EPA, I'll spend the next couple of slides just reviewing high level their regulations, and then we'll go through the Colorado's in a little more detail. Starting off with, I mentioned that container. And so the first kind of view is that container free of faults and fractures, cracks, other migratory pathways that could not make it a good container long term. And so that first stage is, the operator, the applicant really evaluating that site specific area to ensure that the container is appropriate. The injection zone is composed of the right material to be compatible with the injectate that's going to occur. So applicants will gather data on the injection zone. They will gather data on the confining zone, again, just to make sure that everything is compatible with what is going to occur. Moving on to well construction, imagine we have that container with our lid on it as acting as the seal, and we were to put a straw through that lid. We need to make sure that that straw or that well is, again, composed of the right construction materials to handle the buoyancy, the corrosivity, everything that I mentioned earlier just so that the interactions that occur don't create any problems in the short term or the long term. There's also automatic shut-off devices that should the operations deviate from the plan, either in the subsurface or in the wellbore, the automatic shut-off devices would trigger, and then the operator would reevaluate the situation and prior to reopening. Throughout the life of these projects, from beginning to end, there's essentially 5 project plans that get developed, updated, modified, approved at each stage as you work through. The first is AOR and corrective action. AOR is the area review. It's essentially the area in the subsurface where the CO2 is going to be located or injected into. Essentially, in my analogy, it's the glass of water in the container or the liquid in the container. And then corrective action is if there are other straws within that area, those need to be, action needs to be taken on those wells to ensure that they are not a future migratory pathway of leakage for CO2. So again, the construction materials or the P&A materials need to be appropriate for the activity that's being performed. Testing and monitoring. Testing and monitoring is exactly what it sounds. Testing the well, monitoring the well, testing the subsurface formation, and monitoring just to ensure that the operational plans and actual results are proceeding in line with each other. Injection well plugging, much like I've been talking about, when the well is plugged, it needs to be done with the correct material to ensure that the durability and permanence of these projects is there. And then post-injection site care and site closure. Current EPA regulations have the post-injection site care kind of monitoring period being 50 years. Multiple other states have put in other timeframes, and essentially operators are on the hook in perpetuity for these projects. When they are done injecting, they are going to continue to monitor the subsurface plume to ensure and to verify that the plume is stable and is not migrating anymore. And essentially the operators need to demonstrate that the plume is no longer migrating, and that migration, if it is small at all, does not pose any threats to USDWs or the surrounding area. And so oftentimes we've gotten questions from folks of, well, what is site closure? Is the CO2 completely stable? Is it not moving? And I think based upon what we've talked about, think of each year kind of that injection site growing and growing with the CO2 that's being injected. And once that injection stops, the area of that growth will begin to stop over time or minimally expand over time. And so being at site closure does not necessarily mean that the CO2 plume has to stop and not move, but essentially the rate of growth and expansion is so small that it doesn't have a meaningful impact or doesn't pose additional risk going forward. And then finally, emergency and remedial response. It is unlikely, any unlikely event that something were to occur, emergency and remedial response plans are in place so that local communities, first responders, et cetera, know how to handle and address an event if it were to occur. I'm going to move on to kind of the Colorado specific regulations. And I want to point out there's a lot of new definitions that we'll have, but I want to point out kind of 4 main ones that I think will be of most interest to the land board. The first one being geologic storage resource. When in HB 24-1346, when the subsurface pore space ownership was granted to the surface owner, it wasn't a blanket ownership of everything beneath the subsurface. Essentially, a distinct zone was identified, and that was the ownership that was granted. And so that is called the geologic storage resource. And within that geologic storage resource is something called the sequestration estate. It's essentially that portion of a geologic storage resource that is going to be used for these activities. Okay. the geologic storage unit is essentially when these projects are put together, we are going to have the ability for operators to form units of ownership. And so this is geologic storage unit is that. And then the geologic storage area of review, the subsurface area, again, where the injectate, or from my example, where the water in the container is located, that is the area of review. And so we'll see as we go through those kind of trigger different activities that we have.
Mark, your slides went out of full screen mode,
Yep.
just FYI.
I see that now. Thank you. Go back in and fix that real quick. I'm gonna stop sharing and then hop back in and share again. Apologize. There we go. You should see it now. Okay, notification and consultation. And so there will be a pre-application consultation in which if there's a federal or state agency with land use jurisdiction over the lands or the minerals, they will be consulted at that time. The more detailed kind of notification or consultation through what we're calling the Class 6 development plan application. So I apologize for putting CSDP up above there without kind of introducing it, but the Class 6 development plan application, essentially surface owners within a half mile of a working pad surface, or 4,000 feet if the proposed working pad surface is located within a DI community. Mineral owners and sequestration estate owners within the geologic storage area of review. And then specifically calling out state land board if the mineral or sequestration owner is also within geologic storage area of review. When an applicant submits, I should have said this earlier, but what makes these permits a little bit unique, again, is that we require specific subsurface site data before granting authorization to inject. And so it's a multiple stage kind of process where an operator will provide the Class 6 development plan application with all of the data that it believes is in the subsurface. And then an actual well needs to be in place with cores taken, formation fluid samples taken, again, to get down to the very details of what the subsurface looks like, to, again, make sure that that material in the subsurface is compatible with the injectate that is going to be in there. And so when an operator first puts together an application and submits it, we will be reviewing it to determine if it is complete or not. And so prior to that completeness determination, there will be consultations that will occur. If a proposed surface location is on state board, land board managed land, there is, again, a notice at the permit completeness. So once we determine that the permit is complete, there will be a notice within 7 days of our posting sent out. And then if the geologic storage location is within a half mile, there will be a post completeness community meeting if it's in a half mile of any building unit, essentially. And so just to say, there's multiple stages throughout here that I would expect State Land Board to be consulted, notified and or consulted if it has any mineral or subsurface interests or lands near these projects. Getting into the kind of making sure that there's the where, making sure it's cited appropriately. There are specific EJ and CI siting requirements that we have. Essentially, a Class 6 well may not be located within 2,000 feet of a residence, school, or commercial building. Also, every Class 6 well must undergo a cumulative impacts analysis, as well as an ALA. Much like oil and gas, local governments have the authority to make their own surface siting regulations. And so we have essentially what we call co-siting authority. The commission, I think this is one of the biggest ones, that the commission will deny an application if after that cumulative impacts analysis, it was determined that it was a negative cumulative impact, then the commission must deny that application. So essentially, applications must have a neutral or a positive impact on that community. And then finally, there's additional requirements if that location is located near a DI community. Moving on to units, and I'm going to let Mike, I think, expand a little bit on this. But as I mentioned earlier, we do have the ability to form geologic units. There is a 75% threshold. As with oil and gas, the state land board cannot be pooled, force pooled into these. Essentially, that unit boundary is going to be the predicted extent of the CO2 plume. So again, that subsurface area that the CO2 is located in. The applicant will provide, description of the unit area, the allocated percentage, as well as how equitable compensation will be determined and allocated. We do expect, that's one thing we've noticed, is when you originally get applications, the area of your view around these projects is, a nice amoeba shape that might be a little misshapen. But really, as these projects continue throughout time, the actual shape of the subsurface plume does change and morph. And so we do expect that there will be AOR evaluations or reevaluations. And so we do expect there to be, reevaluations and changing basically units. And those units have the ability to shrink, and I have contracted, shrink, and grow. So we do have the ability to shrink and grow. And then essentially any sequestration estate owner within the unit area that is not included, that feels like it should, can petition for inclusion into the unit. And Mike, if there's anything else you want to add here, I'll pause and let you interject.
I think you covered it pretty well. The only thing I'd add is these function somewhat similar to how our unitization for let's say enhanced oil recovery currently works. They're a little different, but similar kind of threshold as those units, and with the flexibility to change, as Mark kind of indicated, over time, as new and better data get input into the model that kind of delineates the boundaries of these plumes. There's an ability to incorporate the correct sequestration estate owners and kind of in protection of correlative rights as is required in our unit structure.
Thanks, Mike. This is my last slide that I have, is where we're at in our rulemaking process. We released the straw dog kind of pre-draft rules in July and received stakeholder feedback, adjusted our regulations to get to our kind of final draft, if you will. That was released last Wednesday, October 9th, with the rulemaking hearing set to begin December 2nd. And then once that occurs, I think one misconception that's out there is once we get our regulations passed, then we're the jurisdictional authority, and that's just not the case yet. We finally have everything ready and in place to apply to the EPA for primacy. And so I expect us to be doing that in the first quarter of 2025. And then on the optimistic end, EPA expects it to take a year to approve our application. So more than likely, we're looking at the end of 2025 on the most optimistic note, but more than likely 2026 before we're the jurisdictional authority over these activities. And with that, I will thank you guys for your time and attention and appreciation. And a couple of the slides towards the end were new, and I kind of butchered through them a little bit. So I appreciate you being the guinea pig as we work our way through on that a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you
I'll
very
stop
much
sharing.
for that. Questions?
Yes, thank you for that presentation. Commissioner Heath. So on the regulation, you said currently the EPA has the regulatory authority. And then the primacy decision would delegate that to the state through ECMC?
That's
Is that
correct.
how that would work? And then further, the final authority on it would be the local county commission to determine whether or not they would approve that or does ECMC have an authority over that, or explain a little bit more to me about how that works?
Sure. Essentially, the local governments will have jurisdictional authority over the siting of the well based upon their siting criteria, and that is, if local governments have siting criteria for these activities. Otherwise, it is going to be the ECMC that is the governing body over the siting as well as the subsurface. The EPA still has ultimate jurisdictional authority. And so there are certain pieces as we go through, such as aquifer exemptions and minor things that we will need to consult and get their approval. But essentially, ECMC will be the primary jurisdictional authority. Local governments will have the ability to regulate through their kind of local siting criteria. Does that help explain a little more detail?
I think it does to some extent, but when you say ECMC has the ultimate authority, is it in fact the local that will determine if they deny the siting, then that's the final decision? Is that right?
That's true. And so applicants and operators will essentially need a 2 thumbs up, a thumbs up from the local government siting authority that location is okay, as well as from the ECMC.
Okay.
Once you go beyond the siting of it, then local governments won't have the jurisdiction anymore. That will be ECMC. And Mike, if you want to take a split, go ahead.
Sure, I can add on. I think Mark's hitting it right though. So it's more of a co-authority. There's not a final authority. Both locals and the ECMC need to sign off on the surface siting. All the downhole well, the reservoir information, geologic information is solely approved by the ECMC and not the local government. The EPA still works in oversight for all primacy programs that they delineate throughout the nation. They have oversight over them, and we would be reporting to them yearly. But the local governments, it is a unique thing here in Colorado, and this is how oil and gas permitting already works here as well, that and we consult early with the local governments to make sure we're aligned. And that's why there's also these processes like alternative location analyses that look at other locations that might be suited. But effectively, they need a yes from the local governments and a yes from us on the complete package.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other question I have is, can you talk about the future of sequestration? Are we seeing more and more of that being used, or what's the status of where we think this whole technology will go?
That's a good question, and a little bit difficult to answer for the long term, but I think really the way that I think about it is it's a function of the capturable emissions that we have as a state. And so when you think about the ultimate build out of this industry, that is one kind of silo, if you will, is how much capturable emissions or CO2 emissions do we have from existing industrial facilities, primarily kind of steel and cement, et cetera. And then the second kind of silo would be the direct air capture industry and how robust that may build out. I will say that in my kind of crystal ball looking forward, this is not the same as the oil and gas industry. We're not going to have thousands or tens upon thousands of wells. I would think that it would be 100 or less, maybe even 50 or less, mainly again due just to the functional emissions of the state, which we do have a lot of emissions, but compared to other states, it's not as much. And then it just depends on the direct air capture industry and how efficient that becomes, because Colorado does have immense amounts of sequestration capabilities. And so basically we can fill up the tank with a lot of CO2 if we need to. The question is, where are the sources of those CO2 going to come? And I think that's just a little bit finite based upon how much emissions we have within the state. Does that help address it a little bit better?
And I would add one thing there, that this is a rapidly expanding and growing industry nationwide. So I think the potential is linked to what Mark was saying, but just for scale, there's only a handful of actively injecting Class 6 wells currently in the nation, mainly in North Dakota. Um, there are over 100 applications that will likely be approved and move forward within the next year. So
In Colorado.
not in Colorado, nationwide. In Colorado, there's currently 2 pending wells at the EPA, and there's another project being evaluated. So there are 3 pretty far along projects within Colorado, but nationwide, this is a very rapidly growing industry, and it's also growing here. Just wanted to kind of point that out, that these projects have been being worked on for much of a decade. They take a long time to kind of prepare and get all the data right, and a lot of it's coming together for a lot of projects all around the nation within the next year or so.
Brian, did you have a
Sure.
question?
Mark, who's gonna have the long-term liability for these in Colorado, or is that still being worked out?
That's a good question. The current long-term liability is with the operator, and that is the EPA regulations, and that is what we have as well in our regulations. We are evaluating and looking at the ultimate long-term liability, and so that's one of the things that we've stakeholdered in when we ask people. I think it makes sense that the operators is held in perpetuity for these projects, but the question is, when you think about the durability and permanence, do we expect every operator that does these projects to be around in 50 years, 100 years, 150 years? And so I think it's prudent to evaluate whether there needs to be an underlying kind of safety net present, not necessarily one that the state or we have to put up money for, but what other states have done is put like a per cent injection fee that goes into, kind of a long-term liability or stewardship fund. And so that is currently what we are also looking at. And Mike, I'll let you add on to that if you'd like.
I think the minutia of how like liability, stewardship, funding in the long term, and how a state could play a role there is all being worked on currently. And it's something we're evaluating and maybe pushing forward to have clarity on within the year or two.
But hopefully not the Geologic Storage Reserve owner.
Right.
No,
I mean-
that's
Yeah.
likely not, but we're also happy to talk to you all like we have been throughout the process and get feedback on any kind of strategies that are pursued.
And somewhat related, but how do you distinguish between the oil and gas reserves, which are owned by the owner of the mineral estate, and the geologic storage resource, I think is your term for it, that's owned by the surface estate owner? And it would seem that those two could often be the same space. I mean, like think enhanced oil recovery, aren't you pumping CO2 down to force the oil out? So how does that distinction occur, and how could that impact us?
So where they occur in the same formation, it's really just an oil and gas operation, and the mineral owner is the one at play when you're extracting minerals and using a fluid to push it out, like CO2 or enhance that recovery. Class 6 storage, which is where the geologic storage resource is really linked to, is like pure storage, not mineral development. EOR developments under different regulations, different law. It's class 2 wells, so that it's separate. It would be mineral development, and you would unitize with the minerals and any incidentally stored CO2. That's just been occurring. There's projects that that part of the CO2 they're using to enhance oil recover or enhance the oil recovered is stays in formation, and that could be accounted for maybe they could get credit for it out on federal level, but it's still mineral development here in the state. The geologic class 6 wells don't store in oil bearing formations unless those minerals have, let's say, been condemned to not be produced anymore. So it's purely a storage facility and not a reproduction facility at all. And that's when that's really what the geologic storage resource is. It's a storage site. And so these developers are not targeting oil and gas bearing formations. They might be targeting oil and gas formations like formations that produce elsewhere, but not where they're storing. So that part of what they'd have to do is evaluate the formation fluid. If there's oil and gas in there, well, there's a different discussion going on. And moving forward would be more of an EOR outlook in that case. Or they would need essentially permission from all the mineral owners to condemn that space. That's very unlikely. There's lots of non-oil and gas formations that are good storage targets in Colorado, and that's where the class 6 operations will occur.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I had a question about what, if any, interface do you all have in the regulatory sphere with the climate accounting sphere, if you will? Sort of the quantification of the value of the carbon dioxide sequestered for both climate accounting and market pricing purposes. Is there much interface there?
There is. We work actively, as Crystal mentioned early on, in like a carbon management working group. CDPHE is part of that. They have a GHG accounting group, and we meet regularly with their folks to kind of talk through updates, and they're developing in response to the GEM rules, accounting procedures for specific industrial facilities in Colorado, and carbon sequestration is a viable pathway there. So they are already developing carbon sequestration accounting practices in our state, but just right now for those specific facilities, carbon markets, carbon accounting, I would say, is a very emerging kind of industry, and there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of players right now. Different organizations, states, countries are handling it differently. So it's a very it's a bit of the Wild West in a way. But we are doing everything we can to collaborate with CDPHE. We're also in a working group with Wyoming and Alberta, Canada separately. And these items come up. So we're trying to work collaboratively, both with other states in the state as well as internationally to really be prepared. And on our end, it's more of just verification of tonnage stored. So we're not the accounting group, but we essentially are collaborating, doing everything we can to help those processes as they progress.
So there is a bit of a verification sort of to quantify ultimately the plume, if you will.
We will have requirements for volumes at the wellhead injected, so that every molecule that passes through that wellhead will be accounted for. And mainly just measured and reported volumes monthly.
Yeah, and just to add on, a lot of the carbon accounting, it's evaluating the carbon captured throughout all 3 phases, from the capture facility through the pipeline to the class 6 well. And so, as Mike mentioned, we will have data that's reported on the class 6 well that is part of the overall equation. But as far as the carbon accounting, like being in our shop, that is not the plan going forward. It's more CDPHE, et cetera. So
Great, that's helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks again for an informative presentation. We appreciate it.
thank you for the
Appreciate
time.
working with you guys. Thanks for all your partnership with us and including us in all the rulemaking and such. So
Definitely. Thanks for having us, and look forward to future conversations.
Yep, thank you.
Righty. So I guess we're on to our final action agenda. first item, also Crystal, how convenient.
Let me just announce one more time in case other people came and went. For those of you listening who might not have been here earlier, the Camaletti request for review, we're pushing to November. At their request, they asked for some more time to prepare. And so we'll be looking at that item in November if that's what you were listening in for. And now, Madam Chair, back to you. Final action, exploration lease. Crystal.
Crystal.
Good morning, commissioners. Crystal Crandom, Minerals Director. I'm going to be talking today about an exploration lease assignment. And I'm gonna show you a few slides and then I'm going to call Carbon America and BKV up. They have a few slides as well. The picture that you see in the background is on this exploration lease. This is the drilling rig when they were drilling the test well. And I point that out because with the mouse. I point that out because this picture in this slide is the exact same site now without the drilling rig on it. So this is what the apparatus looks like without
Wow,
the drilling rig. So
that's what's left after the rig left.
yes,
Oh.
it's quite different. But staff believes that this lease is supporting the governor's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions here in Colorado. Not only will a carbon sequestration project help with reducing CO2 emissions, but it ultimately will provide a royalty stream for the state land board because we will be paid per ton injected underground. Can't get the. Oh, there you go. It's working now. This map just shows where the lease is located. It is in Washington County, right on the border, close to Yuma County. It's about 7,000 acres. And you may hear this project referred to by me or by the companies that come up as the DeNova project. I just wanted to clarify that. The DeNova project is the entire project from capture to storage. So the way Carbon America has set things up right now is that there is a capture company and they have a lease with ethanol plants. And then there is a storage company and that is who we have our exploration lease with. But the project in total, the DeNova project, is from capture to storage. This is an outline of our lease in yellow. The little red symbol is where the test well was drilled. And then up in the upper right-hand corner, you can kind of see this little blue circle guy. That is the ethanol plant in Yuma. And so the thought would be to capture the CO2 here at the plant and then pipe it to the well for injection. Here is an overview. Mark kind of went through this already, but as you can see, this just is a picture that depicts what's happening for CCS. There is a emission source on the surface, and this picture that actually shows an ethanol plant. The CO2 would then be piped and injected underground. Typically, they're looking for a saline formation or a depleted oil and gas reservoir, and they really want to make sure that there's a good cap rock formation on top of that to make sure that it stays in place. So I'm here today because the geologic carbon sequestration leasing policy, I've circled here part E where it says carbon sequestration exploration leases may not be assigned. So again, the policy is what grants staff authority, but the board has authority to do whatever they would like. So if the board is okay with this assignment today, they can grant approval. As a reminder of the terms of this exploration lease, it does not allow for any CO2 to be injected. This lease is solely an exploration lease. And the main thing that the operator is wanting is this lease grants the exclusive rights to negotiate an injection lease. So a lot of the exploration and tests that they're doing can cost, upwards of millions of dollars. And they want to make sure that if they're going to spend that money, that then they have the right to do an injection lease. An update on where things are. In May of 2023, they drilled a test well. They feel like that location is suitable for carbon storage, and so they have applied for a Class 6 permit with the EPA in December of 2023. I think Michael said that there's 2 in the state that have applied already, and so this is one of them. Carbon America currently has contracts with the Yuma and Sterling ethanol plants to capture their CO2. They've secured a lot of the pipeline corridors along the way, so they'll be able to transport it. And then some remaining work to be done. They have to finalize that Class 6 permit. They have to come back to us and negotiate injection terms and some lease terms. We have to actually negotiate an injection lease and then install those pipelines. So BKV is the company that they're looking to assign this lease to, and I'm not going to say much about them because they're here today, and I think they can speak better about themselves, so I'll call them up in a minute. But I did want to kind of talk about some of the reasons that staff supports this assignment. So BKV has CCS experience. You will hear from them, but they currently have an active CCS project, and they are acquiring multiple other projects around the nation. They also have extensive resources. They are a large oil and gas operator with a lot of capital, money and human capital needed to get these projects off the ground and to fruition. They need an injection lease. As I said, we are just granting exploration rights. They still have to come back to us and negotiate an injection lease. So we have the right, at that point that will be taken before the board. We will be able to explain terms to you. So I think we're in a pretty safe place. And I have that they're committed to change. So in the oil and gas world, we've been really trying to look at how can we partner with operators that are reducing greenhouse gas emissions, making these carbon pledges. And although this isn't an oil and gas lease, I think that we value the companies that are making change and moving in that direction. So staff would recommend that the board approve the assignment of the exploration lease, and I will call Carbon America and BKV up here to bring, if you guys just want to help some chairs, yeah.
I've just come in waiting, so.
We could do that as well. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Nicole Johnson. I'm the CFO at Carbon America, and I have with me Stephen Hawthorne. He is our land manager at Carbon America, and he has been the primary counterparty from our side that has been working with Crystal and Ben and State Lands on the exploration lease that's in place. Carbon America was formed in 2019. Its early start was really in the development of cryogenic carbon capture technology. And then the company really around 2021 saw an opportunity to expand into the CCS project development space. And in early 2022, we signed those agreements with the ethanol plant general manager to exclusively capture the CO2 emissions from the Sterling and Yuma ethanol plants. And then again, as Crystal mentioned, as we progressed through those projects, we drilled a stratigraphic test well in May of 2023. We collected all the science and processed all the data to sufficiently check all of the boxes and prove that the storage space was capable of geologic sequestration. And then we submitted that Class 6 permit in December of 2023. That puts us in line from an EPA permitting timeline perspective, if you look at their tracker that they publish online, to really hopefully secure that Class 6 permit for the well in early 2026. So Carbon America has really matured those projects to the point in time where it now takes significant capital deployment to get those projects to commercial operations. So, being a pre-revenue startup with investors who initially stepped into the company backing CCS technology, it really became imperative for us to launch a process with an investment banking partner in January of this year. And that was really aimed at securing the capital required to continue to develop and mature these projects. And our board was really open to that being a capital infusion, a partnership in the project, or as it worked out to be really a transfer of ownership of those projects to a strong counterparty who is capable of moving those projects and getting them to the goal line. So as Crystal mentioned, we talk about the project as DeNova. We call it Sterling, Yuma, and DeNova because it really is all encompassing of everything that it takes to develop that project. And that includes capturing the CO2 emissions at the ethanol plants. So Carbon America is set up that we have separate LLCs for both of the relationships with the ethanol plants. And then we have another LLC where we hold that lease with state lands for ultimately the transportation and then sequestration of the CO2 in underground formation. Will somebody advance the slide for me? Perfect. So again, the Yuma plant, we anticipate that these projects will be operational in early 2026. We have a 12-year contract with the ethanol plants to sequester those volumes with options to extend. It was really important as we developed that relationship that we were focused on a minimum 12-year capture time frame, because that coincides with the time frame that you can capture 45Q tax credits under the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the primary revenue stream that supports the economics of developing these projects. Our relationship with the ethanol plant is such that the capture company, Carbon America, and the transfer to BKV will have the exclusive rights to that tax credit. But then there is a revenue sharing mechanism with the ethanol plant on what we call the low carbon value stream. So that could be the emerging carbon markets. It could be LCFS credits by marketing their ethanol into California or Oregon or other developing LCFS markets. It could be some sort of monetization through the Emerging Gem program in the state of Colorado. But we are well positioned and aligned with the ethanol plants to develop these projects and make them long-term a viable project. So again, we've secured about 70% of the pore space required, and we've secured a lot of the right-of-way required to develop that pipeline. The pipeline from this ethanol plant in particular to the sequestration site is only about 14 miles. And that was also part of Carbon America's strategy early on, is really approaching highly executable projects that weren't going to have a lot of risk associated with that transportation component of the project. One more slide, please. And then the Sterling ethanol plant, while there is separate ownership between Sterling and Yuma, there is some common ownership, and one individual serves as the general manager. So there were negotiations only with one individual for the capture of these emissions. That project will then also be transported to the same DeNova sequestration site. So the Class 6 permit that we have on file is sufficient to capture the volumes for both of these plants and inject them for the minimum of 12 years and more realistically, something upwards of 20 years of injection. I'll pause to see if there are any questions about the projects. And if not, then I'll hand it over to BKV to share a little bit more about themselves.
Just to confirm, I didn't see it in the write-up, but I'm assuming then that the pipeline right of way, none of that is crossing state land board land.
None of the existing
pipe-
pipeline right of way, but obviously it will need to cross into state lands to get to access the wellbore.
Right, but I was
Uh-huh.
thinking about, so maybe a question for Crystal, is this a right of way issue two in addition to the injection lease?
That
Exploration
would be
lease?
separate. They would just, if they decide to go through state lands, 'cause
They'll
there is
negotiate
some,
later.
they would go to
Got
David and,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
fill
you.
out the application, normal process.
Yeah, I will add that there is a state section 16, there is a state track that is between A and B.
Okay.
So if it turns out that that's suitable, it's one of the potential routes that's still being finalized, but if it works, yes, we would take that standard approach.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Mr. Heath.
Commissioner, I have a question, I guess, about the finances. You said that IRA is the initial revenue source for this.
Mhm.
And then is there anything built into that to, our Director Ryan's question about long-term liability?
Yeah, well, so that's part of the EPA permitting process. It's the whole financial responsibility component to even getting a Class 6 well approved through the EPA. And there are a handful of ways that you can address that financial responsibility. For companies such as Carbon America, our approach would be to work with insurance carriers in the surety markets to secure the necessary bonds and insurance products in place to cover that. Other companies that have sufficient balance sheet requirements are able to self-insure that obligation. As a pre-revenue startup, that wasn't our approach to it. But obviously, we're transferring it to a counterparty with a strong balance sheet, and so they may take a different approach.
And so for how long would you ensure that?
Well, so it's interesting because the EPA has slightly different requirements than the California market. The LCFS program in California is pretty restrictive, and they require you to cover 100 years post-injection,
And what does the EPA require?
50. But obviously, you would need to meet the lower common denominator because we want to ensure that these projects have access to the LCFS markets as a supplemental revenue stream to the 45Q tax credit. If that were to be sort of the best avenue to pursue for that additional revenue stream.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we'll go over kind of who BKV is. First, I'll introduce myself and the other two BKV employees that are here today. My name is Spencer Crouch. I'm the Senior Program Manager for BKV Decarbon Ventures. So BKV does have a dedicated carbon capture business unit known as Decarbon Ventures. I'm a petroleum engineer by background. I've been with BKV for about 3.5 years now. Michael?
My name is Michael Lurch. I'm a corporate landman based out of the Denver office, primarily working on many parts of the business, where many of the other entities within BKV in the upstream business, E&P, et cetera. However, these days, about 50–60% of my time is dedicated solely to the carbon capture side of the business with Spencer and Decarbon Ventures.
Jamie Leckenbill, I'm the Senior Director of Land with BKV. I oversee the entire land department for BKV Corporation. And as Mike said, you know, our business is really about 50% of my time is now focused purely on carbon capture and sequestration. And this project is largely at the center of that right now, along with Spencer can go into it more in a minute, but we have an online project in Texas. This has become a massive part of our business over the last few years. And it's our honor to be sitting here before you today.
And so just a little bit about BKV. So we are a Denver headquartered company. We're right down the road at Taper Center at 17th and Lawrence. We are primarily an upstream oil and gas company, but we also have power plants in Texas, midstream assets, and our carbon capture business unit. So our goal is really to be one of the first net zero companies from kind of wellhead all the way to power plug in your house is how we describe it. We are, as I mentioned, vertically integrated, and we do have currently are trying to develop a market for a premium carbon neutral natural gas product and electrical product. We are, as we're here today, active in the M&A space, acquiring carbon capture and sequestration projects in the US. We did enter the public markets with an IPO a couple weeks ago, so you can go and read all about us on the SEC website or our website if you'd like. And we also have a lot of in-house resources for both geology, engineering, drilling operations that come from our upstream oil and gas business that are very applicable for developing carbon capture projects as well. Like I mentioned, we are working towards a closed loop net zero strategy where we can combine natural gas production, power generation midstream with carbon capture to offset the emissions of our upstream oil and gas operations and develop a cleaner product for consumers at the end of the day. The assets we have are primarily in Texas and Pennsylvania on the upstream side. I think that the next slide goes into that, but we are looking at CCS projects across the US, here in Colorado, in Wyoming, Texas, Louisiana, and a few other Midwest states as well. And I think this next slide has, yep, so here are just some more details. So we produce about 800 million cubic feet a day in our upstream oil and gas operations. 3/4 of that is in the Barnett in Texas. We're the largest producer in the Barnett in Texas at this point. Also produce about 150 million cubic feet a day in the Marcellus in Northeast Pennsylvania. Our midstream business is just in Texas right now. We have about 700 miles of pipeline, 60 or 70 compressors, as well as several saltwater injection wells, SWD wells that are Class 2 wells in Texas. Our power business that's on the bottom there, 2 power plants in Temple, Texas, just outside of Waco. They're both natural gas combined cycle power plants with about 750 megawatts each. And then the 4th business unit that Michael, Jamie, and I are all a part of is our Decarbon Ventures. We do have one project that's actively injecting right now near Dallas, Fort Worth. So this is a Class 2 injection well, so slightly different than the Class 6 injection well we're talking about here at the DeNova site. We started it up last November, and we are injecting about 200,000 tons a year right now, and it's actively injecting today. We are applying for the 45Q tax credit for that project and have received it for our injection in 2023. I think we were one of the first companies to get 45Q via direct pay. We have 2 other projects in Texas that we've announced final investment decision on that we expect to start up in 2026. And then we're hopeful that should this transfer go through, we'll be able to continue with this project and start it up in 2026 as well. So I'll pause briefly there. Any questions about BKV's background, our assets, our company?
Spencer, I think it's worth mentioning on our power side that we also have a retail arm of the business where we actually sell electricity directly to the consumers
in Texas.
And that existing Class 2 project, was mentioned before, that Class 2 EOR plays a role. That is not an EOR project. That is a pure sequestration project.
Yep. And because Crystal had a picture of what that wellhead looks like now on the map there's actually a picture of that active injecting well. Yep, where it says CCUS assets. So a little bit bigger and taller when it's actively injecting, but that's what the site looks like right now today once it's been reclaimed for operations.
Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you. This is all new to us. You caught me off guard with the current project is a Class 2 injection in Texas. What's the difference, or why is that different from the Class 6 that we're talking about? If you can
So great question. So Class 2 is a different well class that's authorized by the EPA that's restricted to inject only oil and gas waste. So that project, we're taking CO2 waste from a natural gas processing plant and injecting it into that Class 2 well. If you want to take CO2 from any other source that's not natural gas, oil and natural gas waste, such as ethanol, cement, steel, it has to be a Class 6 well. So Class 2 has a very limited scope. The ECMC does have Class 2 primacy here in Colorado, but this asset for the DeNova is Class 6 because it's taking CO2 from an ethanol production facility.
But do you have the same regulatory issues of permanence, like the gentleman was speaking earlier on, buoyancy, corrosivity, permanence? Are those the same?
It's a little bit different. Class 2 doesn't have as restrictive of requirements as Class 6, since it is, smaller and limited scope, just targeting oil and gas existing waste products. That being said, our existing project in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that's injecting right now, we did design it and build it to Class 6 standards. So it has additional monitoring above and beyond what's required for Class 2 wells. It has higher corrosion resistant materials above and beyond what's strictly required for Class 2. So even though, again, this is a Class 2 project, we built it to the higher Class 6 standards so that, in the future if Class 2 goes away, we don't have to shut in the project and re-drill the well. It's already built to the higher Class 6 standards.
Or if there's additional sources, it gives us that opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the growth model. I saw that mergers and acquisitions is definitely part of what the company is. How do you see that going forward in terms of what's natural growth, what's M&A, as a company, how you're growing? Are those all operations that you did, or are some of those companies that you bought?
We throughout our history been very focused on M&A on the upstream side.
Sure.
Our whole business model on upstream was, rather than going in greenfield acreage and coming into areas and drilling new wells and exploratory geology, we purchased models that look like they work and then where the other operators were looking to go invest their money offshore Ghana or something like that, for better opportunities. We saw opportunity in maintaining assets for the long term. And what they might see second, third phase, we see as where we wanted to come in on the upstream side. With that, we've certainly built onto that, drilled new wells, added new acreage.
Sure.
But we aren't then going to a new area that no one knows about on the upstream side. On decarbon and CCS, it's a mixed approach. We, in this case, Carbon America had a project that we're very attracted to and was a few stages further along than some of the other ones we're looking at. Barnett Zero, which is the online, that was fully organic within our own asset. We built that. Some of our projects in Louisiana are completely greenfield. We've gone negotiated the leases, gone in. Really, we view ourselves as partially on the tip of the spear of this industry, and we want all options on the table. So our growth model in decarbon is much more diverse on M&A versus greenfield project, whereas on upstream, we've been more of a M&A model. Take something that exists, make it better, optimize, put our focus on it when they may not have, and then build it.
Okay, great, thanks.
And I'll mention as well, BKV itself, separate from Carbon America entirely, does have 2 pending Class 6 permits. So we submitted one in January of this year in Texas, in East Texas, just east of Houston. We also were the first Class 6 permit that went to Louisiana after they gained primacy. So we have a Class 6 permit for what we call our Donaldsonville project, just south of Baton Rouge. So separate from this, we do have 2 Class 6 permits pending right now and expect to have a third one into Louisiana by the end of the year.
And one of those was through a joint venture, but they were both more greenfield projects.
So you have the capacity of doing it yourself, or you have the capacity of finding folks who have done some of the exploration already? Okay, great.
How'd you end up with headquarters here? Just curious.
Or offices too, if you.
Yeah, if you need to lease office, sorry, I'll put in a plug for a real estate.
You got a good deal on office.
Our CEO started the company in 2005 or 2015, excuse me. And he originally is from Canada, but his wife is a native Colorado. So he had moved to Colorado and founded the company here and has built it here. So we started with an idea and a company out of Denver, and then the assets, our first acquisitions were in Northeast Pennsylvania because we thought it attractive. We grew around there, and then we found an attractive asset in Texas and built around that. And really our model on the M&A side is we don't like going all over the place and kind of going crazy. We like the idea of the Marcellus was a good idea. Do it, become experts, build around it. The Barnett was a good idea. That was a big shift for us to go somewhere else and then build around that. So we don't like being overextended, frankly. We like getting into an area, becoming really smart about it, and building around that base of knowledge.
That being said, I think being based here in Denver, a lot of our employees, geologists, engineers, regulatory professionals have worked in Colorado in the past in the DJ Basin through upstream oil and gas with Noble or Anadarko or Civitas or any one of the others. That's another thing that attracted us to this project. It's still in the DJ Basin that we're very familiar with. And a lot of kind of overlapping regulatory and subsurface concepts between the upstream oil and gas in this project.
If I did the math right, you just raised 230 million?
I think 250, just about.
No.
So I think
Playing in a lot of expensive businesses, I get it, but
yeah.
With a $1.51 billion market cap, I think that's at this point.
Was there anything else in terms of the presentation or?
I think that was, we had a couple of slides. So I think the last 2 slides here, access to capital, we plan to fund all of our CCS projects internally. I mentioned our technical and CCS expertise. We do have 25 geologists and engineers on staff. So we're able to do the subsurface evaluation, the geology, the engineering work in-house. We also currently operate pipelines, compressors. We're currently operating our existing CCS project that's in Texas injecting today. There were questions earlier about third-party verification and monitoring. We are working through all that with our existing CCS project in Texas. We are generating third-party certified carbon credits from that project, which I don't think very many projects can say right now. We're working with, for that project in particular, Project Canary, that's another Denver-based company. American Carbon Registry, ENGIE, and Energy Advanced Center. So we are working, with those other monetization pathways through the voluntary carbon markets, et cetera. We talked about our CCS project experience, our Net Zero project, or other Class 6 projects we have. Then, across our portfolio, we have a couple different types of commercial structures, turnkey or fee-for-service projects where we come in and do all the capture design, all the engineering, all the pipeline work, all the sequestration work. We are, similar to this project with Carbon America, have the ability to share revenue streams from 45Q to the California low carbon fuel standards and any revenue from the voluntary carbon market. I'm sure when it comes to negotiating the final injection lease rather than the exploration lease, those will be front and center with the state land board. Then we can skip over who else is on BKV, and I think that's it. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you. No, Commissioner, terrific.
Super interesting, and that was really helpful combined with the prior presentation.
Yeah.
Since we're new to this.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mind holding my presentation back up?
Crystal, thank you for setting up in order that first presentation.
Glad that worked
That
out,
worked
that it was
out
back
very,
to
very
back.
well, and BKV build on that. So, I guess, Nick, before we have a motion, we need to see if there's any public input from any of our
You bet.
listeners.
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a comment on this item to the commissioners, please use the raise hand feature on your screen. No hands raised.
All right, then, shall we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve exploration lease number 114345 assignment as described in the
Great, second,
Second.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes,
Commissioner Heath,
yes.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes, the motion carries 4-0. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now, Dave Medina.
Commissioners, I just need a second to bring this presentation up
Okay.
a little longer than usual.
Offset their gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. The concept of opening the gas.
I mean.
Last minute changes. Keep it fresh.
PowerPoint and Google Slides don't always interact as well as you'd like. So
And could you locate us for that title slide you have?
that's the Stonk State Park, the falls at Stonk State Park.
Oh,
Can't remember what
That looks like
Don't
it might be
fall.
our stewardship.
Yeah, it looks
director
very much
standing in
like,
the foreground.
and that is Lindsay.
Who's left from
Give you a scale.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's standing quite a ways from it.
Yeah.
well, I think we can, Commissioner Scanlon stepped out for just a minute, but I think we can probably get
Still got
started
3.
overall.
Okay. Well, good morning, Commissioners. Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager with the State Land Board. And I'm here this morning to present on the State Parks Beneficiary Use Agreement. This item is in front of the board because per the board's policy number 300-010, all beneficiary use agreements require board approval. No. At the end of this presentation, staff will recommend board approval of a no-cost 50-year beneficiary use agreement with state parks. So the big picture around this item is through approval of this action item, the board will allow continued use by CPW of saline and internal improvement trust lands as part of the existing state park system. This picture in the background here, since it was after on the last one, the last slide was Staunton State Park. This is Sylvan Lake State Park. So at statehood, I'm going to provide a little bit of history just as we go into this discussion, because it does have an interesting history. So at statehood, the Colorado accepted an endowment of lands from the federal government set aside to provide benefit to a number of designated beneficiaries. We tend to talk about the biggest trust all the time. It's the one we focus on the most, the school trust, since it is where we have most of the surface acreage that the land board holds. However, there are 8 distinct trusts that the state land board manages land for. These are all shown up in this table here. And you'll notice one of the key points of this table is the beneficiary on most of these trusts is designated, and it was designated through the state constitution or at this time of statehood. However, on two of the trusts, the Internal Improvements Trust and the Saline Trust, both of those kind of the second and third line on the table, both of those were at the state through the Constitution were to be designated, the beneficiaries to be designated by legislature or the General Assembly. Early in statehood, both of these trusts were used for very different purposes other than state parks. The Internal Improvements Trust was primarily used for construction of state improvements as appropriated by legislatures such as wagon roads, railways, and bridges. For example, in 1899, $8,000 was appropriated by the 12th General Assembly to construct and improve a state wagon road from the town of Empire to the summit of Berthoud Pass. So this is a lot of us, if you ski, you take this road today to get over to Winter Park. The Saline Trust, a little bit different as well. Early on, it was used to construct and improve the state's penitentiary system. For example, in 1937 and 1939, revenue from the Saline Trust was used to purchase buffer land around the state's penitentiary at Canyon City, which is this photo on the slide, or the second photo. So fast forward a number of years to 1959. In 1959, Colorado General Assembly passed the Public Land, Rivers, and Parks Act, which provided funds for the development and maintenance of a state park system. At the same time, the act also changed the beneficiary of the Internal Improvements Trust and the Saline Trust to state parks. So fast forward another 50 or so years to 1998. Beginning in 1998, through a memorandum of understanding, the State Land Board worked with state parks to reposition, at the time, the Division of Parks and Outdoor Recreation. The State Land Board worked with state parks to reposition land in the Internal Improvements and Saline Trust, and strategically consolidate land holdings at or near existing state parks or assemble lands for future state parks. This was done through a number of mechanisms, and in general, this member of understanding referred to this as a reallocation of lands. This reallocation was done through a number of mechanisms, such as inter-trust transfers from one of the other 7 trusts or one of the other 6 trusts to the Internal Improvements or Saline Trust, or through the redeployment of funds from the sale of Internal Improvement or Saline Trust lands. In other words, sell some of the properties within those trusts and deploy the funds received into new land acquisitions. This process continued up until about 2000 and several parcels of state trust land were added to the state park system. As these parcels were added to state parks, there was individual management agreements signed at each individual park between the state land boards and parks that formalized the working arrangement between both agencies. The state land board or the board of land commissioners remained as trustee for these assets. And while at the same time, parks manage the day-to-day operations on parks. This is a great example park of this process. This is Staunton State Park in Park and Jefferson County. While this park did not officially open until 2013, which we were actually invited to and participated, our board participated in the dedication and opening of that park. Prior to 2013, both the state land board and state parks worked to assemble lands for this future park. In 1999, at the request of state parks, the state land board purchased 540 acres surrounding the Elk Falls area, which is Elk Falls was that first picture in my presentation. Then again, in 2008, the state land board, at the request of parks, purchased 80 acres in what we refer to as the Chase property acquisition. And it's located just north of the existing visitor center, if you've been out to the park. The land board purchased these properties through the sale of proceeds of other lands in the internal improvement trust. Other acreage was acquired at Staunton State Park through private land donations and also through GOCO funding or Great Outdoors Colorado funding. And upon acquisition, as mentioned in the prior slide, both parties entered into a memorandum of understanding outlining the working relationship between both parties, the trustee and the beneficiary. This did occur at other locations across the state in 2013. All of these memorandums of understanding were consolidated into a beneficiary into the 2013 beneficiary use agreement. The 2013 agreement was a 10-year agreement, and it did allow day-to-day administration and management of the state trust land at the specific park by CPW. Important components to that beneficiary use agreement included consent by the state land board before CPW made any modifications or improved the state trust land at the park. And it provided for coordination should the General Assembly legislature reassign the beneficiary of the internal improvements receiving trust. So this table, I popped this up here. I don't expect you to read through it, but this just shows the location of all the various state parks that contain state trust land as part of the park. You'll notice there is the San Luis Lake is highlighted in red. That was included in the 2013 agreement, or 271 acres of San Luis Lake were included in the agreement. At the time, San Luis Lake was a state park. That park was redesignated as a state wildlife area. I believe it was in 2017. So because it's no longer a state park and it's managed as a state wildlife for wildlife purposes, it is no longer eligible for inclusion in this beneficiary use agreement.
Just out of curiosity, I have to ask, what were the considerations? Less human enjoyment of the park and the wildlife needed it more, or what?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I think it was partially visitation management, resources
Staffing, whatever.
needed for that area. But that change was made. It still functions very similarly as it did as a state park. It is a state wildlife area now. This is the location, just a map showing where all the parks in that table are shown, except for that San Luis Lake. So last year, we did start discussions with Parks and Wildlife about renewing the beneficiary use agreement. And then during preliminary discussions, external constituents from conservation organizations brought forth the idea of transferring lands included in the exchange of use agreement directly from the state land board to CPW. The idea was that this would offer them greater protection than keeping them as state trust lands. And we did include a sample letter in the board packet as an exhibit. During discussions with CPW, both parties did consult with the Attorney General's office about a potential transfer. And in addition to there were some actions that were recommended if such a transfer were to happen. And it was determined that transfer would likely require legislative action by the General Assembly, since they assigned the beneficiary of the internal improvements and saline trust, or it's their responsibility to assign that. Both parties, both State Land Board and CPW, determined that a 50-year term would meet both agencies' interests. That's when we got to what's in front of you today, which is a 50-year beneficiary use agreement. Couple of things, both parties have worked collaboratively 4 years on the acquisition or relocation of lands to benefit the state park system. This proposed beneficiary use agreement honors the trust relationship or the trustee beneficiary relationship. It does require an annual meeting or coordination between both parties so that the intent is not lost over the 50-year term. It is a long term. 50 years is quite a lengthy term. We want to make sure that we stay on top of communication between both parties so that we understand the intent of the agreement. The 50-year beneficiary use agreement does allow for the addition or removal of lands during the term, and that's to give flexibility should properties become available or added to the internal improvement saline trust that could go into and used as a state park that could go into the agreement, or if conditions change, such as they did San Luis Lake, that a parcel could come out. It also, and then finally, it does require, we did include a provision in this new lease that requires consultation between both parties before they're considered for sale, exchange, or disposition. And it's something that we generally do as a practice within beneficiary use agreements, is discussions with the beneficiary as to any action that may affect it. So with that, staff is recommending that the board approve a renewal of a beneficiary use agreement with Colorado Parks and Wildlife at no cost for a 50-year term on 8,510.7 acres of state trust land. And with that, if the board has any questions or comments, I'd be happy to answer those.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, I noted our public comment and I appreciate the work we've done. It's a 50-year timeframe.
And I would like to officially acknowledge the public comment received by Western Resource Advocates, largely in support of the intent, objectives, and execution of a 50-year agreement. You said that? May we please have a motion?
Public comment.
Public comment, other public comment.
The other public.
So for the record, commissioners have acknowledged the written public comment received. And if there's anyone who wants to make a public comment in the moment, please use the raise hand feature on your screen and we'll bring you up so that you can address the board. No hands are raised.
Okay, yes, Abe.
If I may, just before, one thing I just forgot to mention was this did go to, it requires approval of the board, the beneficiary use agreement requires approval by both State Land Board and the CPW, Parks and Wildlife Commission, and they did review and approve it as part of their, I believe, October 3rd consent agenda.
Oh, great, thank you.
Just point of information, you acknowledged a comment from Western Resources.
Yeah.
And also Sierra Club.
Yes, I think Abe spoke to that. It's an exhibit. Sierra Club's comment was included in our packet as an exhibit, correct?
So it was exhibit one, as part of the board.
Alrighty then, I think we're ready for a motion.
This is Commissioner Chavez. I move we approve the State Parks Trust Beneficiary Use Agreement as described in the board package.
Thank you. May we have a second? I'll second. All right, so the motion has been moved and seconded, and Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
Mr. Stanley?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. David Rudenberg's got the next item, MVEA, and he's joining us remotely today. Also here. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. So for the public record, this is I'm David Rodenberg, Right-of-Way Program Manager for the State Land Board. This final action item is to recommend that the board approve 2 MVEA, Mountain View Electric Association, right-of-way applications to install fiber within its existing right-of-way. Staff is also recommending a 50% reduction of the board's standard right-of-way consideration charge for these 2 applications and for future MVEA applications related to the installation of fiber on their existing transmission line poles within existing rights-of-way. This request requires board approval because this consideration recommendation is less than the board's minimum standard pricing. So this action item will not only help meet the governor's broadband deployment goal, but also generate additional revenue for the trust with minimal additional encumbrance to the trust land. So the 2 current right-of-way applications that staff's that we're talking about today is located here in El Paso County, this location right here, and there's another location here in Elbert County, about where my red dot here shows. So on February 17th, 2022, Governor Polis issued an executive order titled Accelerating Broadband Deployment in Colorado. In this order, a goal was established to connect 99% of households, in-state households, to high-speed broadband by 2027. The plan is for Coloradans to have equitable online access to educational opportunities and government services, and to position Colorado as a top state to live and work. A copy of that executive order is attached to the board packet as Exhibit 1.
So David, where are we on that goal?
I'm sorry?
Do you know where we are on that goal of connecting 99% of the households?
Percentage-wise, I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know, Commissioner. We'll
It's
certainly
so
look into that and try to. I'm sorry?
I was just saying it's such an important goal in terms of education, access, all that.
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you that we've had a couple applications in the last couple of years regarding fiber, doing the same thing we're doing here, but they were only on a couple parcels. So as far as state trust land's concerned, this project, which I'll go through a little bit more detail here in a bit, but is the most significant as far as state trust land is concerned.
Commissioner, we'll get an answer for you next month. That ought to
I'm
be-
curious too.
I'm sure that's getting tracked by the governor's office
Yeah.
somewhere.
So MVA is an 80-plus-year-old nonprofit electric cooperative providing electricity and broadband to more than 50,000 customers and in parts of 8 counties east of Colorado Springs. MVA is in the process of constructing a project referred to as the Fiber to Home Project. When completed, the project will provide high-speed internet service to all of their members. MVA plans to install the fiber within their existing transmission line rights-of-way and easements, and to hang the fiber on existing transmission line poles when possible. In areas where they do not hang the fiber on the transmission line poles, they will install the fiber in the ground within their existing rights-of-way or easements. The project will be implemented over the course of the next 6 years. As you can see from this map, MVA's transmission line network is located in Arapahoe, Crowley, Douglas, Elbert, El Paso, Lincoln, Pueblo, and Washington counties, with extensive intermingling of state trust lands. So this map, all these red lines you see, is MVA's transmission line network. And then, of course, the light blue squares you see are state trust lands. So there's going to be an estimated 83 miles of the project that crosses state trust land alone, where there are existing transmission lines. So the ability to install fiber on the state trust land parcels is crucial to the success of MVA's fiber to home project. So MVA's immediate right-of-way requests consist of installing approximately 3.6 miles of fiber optic line on existing transmission line poles located on state trust land in Elbert and El Paso, as I mentioned earlier. This slide shows the approximate 1.6 miles of fiber installed on a parcel in Elbert County. And as you can see, this red line here is the existing transmission line. This map shows the approximate 2 miles of fiber install on a parcel located in El Paso County. And as you can see, it's on the southern section line and the northern section line here. So typically the board charges for each approved use within a right-of-way. However, on the portions that are hung on existing transmission line poles, staff is recommending a 50% discount off of the board's standard rights-of-way rates. Staff recommendation is based on the fact that there will be no additional surface encumbrance and no additional surface disturbance. The board will receive additional revenue, even with the 50% discount, of course. And if the board approves staff's recommendation, the board will receive revenue for the immediate applications, which consists of 3.6 miles of fiber hung on existing transmission lines, and receive additional revenue for future applications related to the fiber to home project. For all portions of the fiber install that are buried in the ground, the consideration calculation will be based on the board's standard rates. And finally, by discounting portions of MVA's fiber install, the board will be supporting Colorado's broadband deployment goal. So with that, staff recommends the board approve MVA's 2 fiber right-of-way applications and to discount the consideration payment by 50% on the portions that are hung on existing MVA electrical transmission line poles, and to authorize staff to apply this discount on future MVA fiber applications as more specifically described in the board order. So with that, unless the board has any immediate questions for me, I would like to introduce Scott Simmons, Vice President of Technical Services for MVEA, who's here, and he's in person and wishes to speak to the board and present a few slides in regards to MVEA's fiber to home project.
Sunset.
Yeah, so I'll get you started.
Okay.
Just hands off for a minute.
Okay. I can do that. There's external control. I wanted to thank Dave for his presentation. That's very relevant and all exactly kind of where we're at with this project. And I may cover some of the same things that Dave covered, but I'll get through that stuff pretty quickly. And again, I just really appreciate the board's support of our project. So as Dave said, I'm Scott Simmons, Vice President of Technical Services at Mountain View Electric. Well, just push the button to advance the slide.
You can, but I take an extra click.
Okay,
That's fine.
or someone else can. Okay, and I want to appreciate, or I want to thank the board for this opportunity to come and present here on behalf of Mountain View. So in 2021, the Mountain View Electric Board authorized a fiber to the home project. And as you've already mentioned, it's very, very important. It's a hot topic at a lot of the government levels, certainly at the state level, but also there's a lot of talk about it at the federal level. The federal government has allocated $42 billion towards broadband deployment, and the state of Colorado received like 846 million of that. And so
it is a very, very important mission that we are trying to accomplish here. As Dave mentioned, our project does affect a lot of parcels within state trust lands. And so I wanted to kind of talk about what we're doing and maybe show you some pictures of what it looks like. I definitely appreciate their offer of the 50% reduction in fees. We obviously would appreciate any consideration and reduction in fees that the board is willing to offer. In addition, if possible, if not, we're very appreciative of the recommendation that staff has made. So I want to explain the project and what little impact that it has on the state trust lands. And so we'll talk about the need for the project. You mentioned it already. An overview of the project, maybe a little bit enhancement on what Dave's already presented. And then I got some pictures to show what it really looks like. So as we all know, access to broadband is particularly lacking in rural communities. And it has become an essential commodity to sustain communities. And without broadband in communities, they tend to lose residents and they tend to lose economic value. And it also provides quality of life for residents, similar to bringing electricity into these same areas 75 to 100 years ago. And so it's that type of mission that we feel very, very strongly about. Dave mentioned the governor's executive order. And so the direction, the executive order created the Colorado Broadband Office. And the Colorado Broadband Office, part of their mission is to deal with grant funding and to assign grant funding to various entities that are doing projects. And another part of the executive order was directing the broadband office to get the state agencies all to work together to further along the goal. The Mountain View Board has also passed a company broadband policy, which directs us as staff to execute the mission of getting broadband to 100% of our members. In addition to the value of broadband, the fiber will also be useful for our electric operations. Everybody's heard the term smart grid. And smart grid is kind of an analogous term. It means lots of different things, but having communication everywhere on our system will allow us to communicate to devices that are out remote from the office, and we'll be able to operate the system more efficiently and also improve outage times. Uh-oh, now I gotta figure out how to go back. Previous. Okay. So Dave gave a little bit of an overview of our project, but we are looking at providing access to broadband through fiber. Fiber is becoming the gold standard for broadband to 100% of our members. We have 66,000 metered locations in our service territory. So it's a pretty big task. It's $200 million project, and we're going to be executing that over about 6 years. 5,500 miles of fiber to install. All of it's going to be on our existing lines, as Dave said. Getting into the state trust land portion, we have about 83 miles. 35 of that is designated already, designed as overhead. And the other 49 are kind of undetermined. And part of that is to evaluate what the final ruling on the fees that we're going to be expected to pay. And then try to do the best thing that we can to get the installation done. You've seen the map that Dave provided before. This is the same map. And you can look at how all of our electric lines touch the various parcels on state trust lands. So there's a lot there. One thing to note is that following existing lines and the amount of state trust lands, we don't really have good options to avoid going on the land. Those options either don't exist or would become costly. And so I wanted to finish up my presentation by showing some pictures. So here is a typical overhead installation. You can see the power line, the poles, and the top two wires are the existing power line. And so the line on the bottom, the darker one, is the fiber line that we're adding. So that is basically all of the encumbrance that we are adding to that property. It's pretty low visual impact, and then very, very low impact during construction. We will have trucks up on the right of way and crews installing the fiber, but it's not heavy equipment, and it is very, very low impact. An underground installation looks more like this. Oops. Again, you got me on the double click of it. So here's an underground installation, a little bit heavier equipment. We only are going to do underground where we don't have a choice. And what I mean by that is some of Mountain View's lines are very old. And we feel that some of those lines, it may not be safe to attach the fiber to, add additional load to old lines. And so those particular sections, we would consider doing underground on those sections. Most of it will be installed with a plowing method, and that's the equipment that you see on the left of that picture. And on the right, you can see after it's done, all you can see are the tracks where that equipment went up the right of way. You might be able to see a little bit of a line where it plowed the cable in, but very, very, very low impact and very quick restoration of the site. And within a year, you will never even know that we were there doing it.
How deep do you have to go?
You typically will go 2 feet.
Scott, then at that point where you're doing underground, would you be consolidating your electric lines in a conduit with the?
We can do that. Now, the electric lines, if we do that, will be at 4 feet depth. And we are considering in a lot of places, and we haven't made the decision on state trust, and a lot of that kind of depends on the board's decision here. Putting an extra conduit in for future burial of the electric lines. Some lines are easier to bury than others. The line in the picture is a 3-phase line. You can see typically it'll have 3 wires with a cross arm and then a wire underneath. Those lines are not as easy to bury with the plowing method because it would require a larger conduit that we put in. That may not work with the plowing method. And so for those lines, we're probably not considering burial. But for the line that you see in the previous slide, which I'll go back to, this is 2 wires on a pole. This would be one that we would definitely consider adding that extra conduit for burial. Any place where the plowing method would not work for some reason or other, we would do what's known as directional boring. I'm sure you probably are all familiar with directional boring. We would not look at open trenching. So regardless of the installation method that we use, overhead or underground, it is a very low impact. It has minimal effect on the aesthetics of the land and really no impact on the value. And at that, I will ask for questions. Yes,
I do have a question. So, with the governor's broadband effort, as you all look at your project, which is clearly a subset of that type of effort, how much funding will you be able to get from the governor's office to cover this project?
we have currently received two grants that are totaling somewhere, I think about 2.7, 2.8, don't quote me on the number, $1 million. And then we are going to apply for the next round of funding, that $42 billion, the federal funding that Colorado received, the $845 million. We'll be applying for that, and that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million in capital expenditures with a 25% match, so somewhere in the $35 million range. Yes.
We're just a small piece of what your big project
You are.
is.
Yep.
I'm just curious, the time frame for the entirety of this effort that you are.
We're hoping to accomplish it in 6 years.
5,000 miles is a lot.
It's a lot. It's a
Yeah.
huge project, and we're currently behind schedule, and so we're really trying to get things kicked into high gear. Yes.
Of those 66,000 locations, I mean, how many now have access?
How many now? We're currently on our system, we're currently serving about 1,600 through our fiber to the home project. Some of the 66,000 are on the west edge of our service territory, which borders Colorado Springs. And so some of those already have access to other providers. It's the ones that are out in the rural area that are the ones that we're really trying to get. That's why we're doing the project.
So what did people do during the times when schools were not open?
There's lots of stories about people sitting in the parking lot at the libraries or at the McDonald's or restaurants, or during that time I was working in Grand County. So I appreciate the presentation earlier on Berthoud Pass. I used to live up there. And I had employees that were sitting in the parking lot of our office because our office was closed. And so people were finding ways to do things, but it meant traveling somewhere where they could get access. And then they were sitting in parking lots in the car, and there's lots and lots of stories about people doing that.
Same with schools. They put basically hotspots up in parking lots of
Yes, they do
schools.
that.
In rural communities.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions?
I guess I'm curious, given the enormity of the task of your service area and the miles, what are some of the key considerations that you and your board are using to decide where to go when in your service area?
Yeah, I was related to that. How do you prioritize that?
So we're building a network. And so first of all, what we do is we're trying to be connected to what we've previously built. So we're not building islands. And so when we started the project, the board made the decision to start in Lyman and also in the Falcon area. The Falcon area that was high density, they were thinking, the mode of thinking was that we would be able to get more customers, which would help with revenue. And then the Lyman area, that was an area of significant need where there was no service. And so we're basically working towards the middle and then north and south from there.
Any other questions? Anyone?
It'd take longer than 6 years.
Yeah, in order to accomplish it in 6 years, we have to build about 20 miles. And that's a lot.
Like to request any comments from the public listening in?
Yeah, folks listening along, if you want to make a comment on the item in front of the board right now, please use the raise hand feature and we'll allow you to speak to the board. Not seeing any raised hands.
All right, I think we're ready for a motion then. Commissioners?
I will move that the board approve. Where was I? The MBEA fiber optic line right of way request. Recognizing the 50% reduction to board standard right of way consideration charge for the two applications as presented to us today and in our packet.
Second.
Commissioner, if I may point out that our board order applies that pricing to the future applications in an effort to try and help
Yeah,
you guys meet the
not just the-
timeline. We're approving
Yeah.
pricing for all the
Going
rest of
forward.
this that goes through
No,
us.
thank you for that.
So we
clarification.
don't want to have to come back.
Yep, as clarified by Director Ryan.
Thanks.
I'm second.
Second from Commissioner Heath. All right, Commissioner Chavez, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much, Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Scott, thanks for coming. Yes, have a wonderful day. David, thanks.
Good luck with that.
Yes, indeed.
We'll need it.
Speed. These pictures of all these roads that.
Strange thing about this picture is it's not a road, it's the top of a dam.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would never know because of all the trees.
Exactly.
What should we do?
I
about it?
recognize
Right, what should we do about the trees? Huh. All right, is it still morning?
Yes.
Still morning? Oh, man, okay.
It
Long morning.
is.
Well, good morning, commissioners. For the record, Justin Beery, Water Program Manager, and we also have Mariah Parker online, who's the South Central District Manager, and she'll be available for questions regarding this topic. Today, we're coming back with some updates on an item that was presented in April of this year. And we're requesting your approval of investment and development funds for maintenance of water reservoir dams on the Brett Gray Ranch. And you probably saw the Brett Gray on the last map from the last presentation, just south of their operating area. Sorry, this is a final action item that's found under tab 5 in your board packet. Today we'll start with a refresher of the topic and provide some updates and answer any questions that you might have. Okay. So let's get reoriented. So going back in time to April, the Brett Gray Ranch is about a 49,000 acre ranch in Lincoln County that the land board owns. And a couple of important features of the ranch for today's conversation include 2 of the ranch's reservoirs that have been starred in yellow on this map, and a conservation easement that you can see in the red boundary there. The conservation easement includes over 23,000 acres. The easement is with the Nature Conservancy. It was in place prior to the land board purchasing the ranch. The Nature Conservancy, so they hold the conservation easement, and they're also the land board's ag lessee on the Brett Gray Ranch. The easement's a significant part of the ranch because it provides for what can and can't be done on the land and also with the water. The ag lease for the ranch is somewhat non-typical because of the conservation easement and the restrictions that are defined within the easement. So we'll talk briefly about the reservoirs as well. The 2 primary reservoirs, as you see on the map, the Brett Gray Reservoir and the Douglas Reservoir, that include several water rights for both irrigation and augmentation uses. They can store by court decree 145 acre feet apiece. And they do that by impounding water on the Steels Fork Creek via jurisdictional dams. And to give you a refresher of a jurisdictional dam, it's a dam that has a height greater than 10 feet. It impounds more than 100 acre feet of water
or it creates a surface area of water of more than 20 acres at the high water line. These sorts of dams fall under the jurisdiction, the regulatory authority of the Colorado Division of Water Resources Dam Safety Branch. So owning jurisdictional dams comes with certain responsibilities that include removing tree and tree roots, which pose structural hazards to the dams. DWR's dam safety branch requires that all trees and tree roots be removed from the dams, and re-stabilization of dam embankments post tree removal. This photo that we're looking at is the Douglas Dam on the Brett Gray Ranch, and you can see the trees growing on the upstream side of the dam. So let's talk about the lease on the Brett Gray Ranch. Typically, the land board tier 1 leases place certain maintenance responsibilities of land board infrastructure on the lessee. The Brett Gray lease is a tier 1 lease where the land board owns all of the improvements on the ranch. During the April board meeting, staff was asked to look into the responsibilities the lessee has for vegetation management and tree removal on the dams. The Brett Gray lease does include maintenance responsibilities of many of the improvements on the ranch, and the lease actually lists out the different improvements that the lessee is responsible for maintaining, and they include center pivots, irrigation wells, pumps, some buildings. However, the lease does not include any requirement of the lessee to maintain the dams. The dams are not listed as improvements on the ranch. In fact, the lease and the conservation easement both prohibit the removal of trees, making it one more complicating layer. So that being the case, the Nature Conservancy has acknowledged they and their sublessee have some role in allowing some of the smaller trees to have grown over the past 17 or 18 years, mostly on the northern reservoir, the Brett Gray Reservoir. And TNC is willing to voluntarily pay for a portion of this maintenance project. Also, there's a management plan as part of the conservation easement. And under this management plan, TNC has a role or responsibility for taking on some certain reclamation activities when there are soil disturbances. So think of when a pipeline's involved or is installed, TNC is responsible for reclaiming or reseeding that soil disturbance. We've extrapolated that out to include soil disturbances like tree removals from dams. So TNC is willing to take on some of the responsibility of reseeding activities on the face of the dam. They've also agreed to, after the project is complete, to add a lease rider to their lease. So the land board would add a lease rider that would assign moving forward any sort of maintenance activities on the dams. It'd be assigned to TNC. We've learned a lot through this project, both leading up to the presentation in April and since then. We've learned some lessons with reservoir dams being improvements and needing to list those in the lease. We've learned some lessons on even this. We learned lessons in acquiring certain assets and properties that include dams, especially jurisdictional dams. So it's been valuable, but we also need to get something done too. So I want to be clear that under the lease, TNC is not obligated to contribute to this project. They are voluntarily participating. So for this project, the selected contractor's total estimate was just under $290,000, which includes a contractor's performance, material, and labor bond. That was a question I think we had last time back in April. With a 15% contingency, the proposed project budget is $332,500. TNC has committed to paying just over $42,000. So we'd like to ask you, the board, to approve spending up to $290,500 from the IND fund. I want to point out a couple things. This is a lower number than what we asked in April, thanks to TNC's contribution, albeit it's slightly lower, but it is lower. And I also want to point out that our selected contractor has not increased his bid while we've been working through this whole process. And that's a significant deal, because if this selected contractor increases his price, we would obviously be asking for more, or going to our next lowest bid, which was more than double what we're asking. So all that to say, in summary, staff recommends that you vote in favor of expending up to $290,500 of I&D funds to remove trees, tree roots, and restabilize the Brett Gray and Douglas dams located on the Brett Gray Ranch. Your board order reflects what you see on the screen. And that concludes our prepared remarks. As I mentioned, Mariah is online if you have any questions for her, and open it back up to the board and the public. The pictures you see on the screen, the upper photo or map is of the Brett Gray Reservoir. The lower one is of the Douglas Reservoir. Brett Gray.
So in your photo, all those trees are gonna go.
All of them, yeah. So the first slide, it was kind of foresty.
Yeah.
All of those have to go. And then on the wintry looking slide, all of those also. Yeah. Those ones were the catalyst for this whole
Right.
thing, the very large trees.
Do you have another question?
Well,
Yeah.
just, do we know how many dams we might have? And this maybe is what you shared with people, if I don't. know.
Off the top of my head, I know we have at least 5 jurisdictional dams, and these 2 are the
Problem?
yes. Yeah. There's 1 or 2 on the Chico that the one jurisdictional dam is in great shape. And then with the purchase of the Williams Park property, we're a part owner of several dams there that I inspected before we purchased it, and they looked pretty good too. And then there's a few other dams in the North Central District that they need a little work. They're very minor dams, and they're nothing to this extent.
Justin, I was just curious, so obviously the risk we're abating here through this investment is the risk of the dam breaching, right? And I'm curious, is there a risk to people and structures immediate, within the flow of a broken dam of either of these? And then the follow on is, I'm also imagining, which might be very obvious, that if that were to happen, for the state land board to rebuild those dams would be hugely expensive.
Yeah,
Right.
7 figures to rebuild,
So,
for sure. These are both classified as low hazard dams, so there's very little risk to life and structures that are located below them. So that's working for us. The impetus of this whole thing is, yes, trees are a structural hazard for dams. But it's also a regulatory thing that the dam safety branch says you just can't have trees because of the structural.
because of
hazard.
structural and because of.
Yeah.
So one way to look at this too is, it's untimely and a bigger scope than we would have had it if the trees were littler, but it's an investment in the future functioning of those dams that are important to the property.
Correct.
I would add, it's probably not optional at this point.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
Optional at all.
No, it's not an optional thing. Dam safety is very good with working with dam owners, especially low hazard dams. They said, you can take the trees out as they die. But we didn't see that as being cost effective because there's a handful of dead trees and a whole lot more trees that are still alive. And if we go in every couple of years, we're gonna be back here asking for more money to go in and take out another handful of trees. And
Oh, I did one follow-up question, again, noting that the contractor can't provide a warranty about functioning following the filling of it. Who supervises that, and are we involved, and what does that refilling process look like?
Great question. So, pre-construction, dam safety would do an inspection. Post-construction, they would do the same thing. We have within the contract that the contractor would need to meet certain specifications. And then the refilling, I suppose we would be supervising it to make sure that it's not filled too quickly is really what has to happen. If it's filled too quickly, and since the dams have been dried out for the last couple of years, they need to kind of rehydrate in order to make sure that they're sealed correctly.
So it does seem like something we'd be interested in supervising.
Yes. Yeah. And I think TNC would also be interested.
Yeah.
These dams are part of the conservation easement, and the conservation.
How's that get handled?
Yeah, it calls out the water very specifically and says it must be used and here's how it must be used. And so we'll be working together to make sure that that happens.
Any other further questions?
This is- I have just one question. The trees will be taken out of the reservoir? I mean, they'll be removed and burned, or what happens to all that material?
Yeah, that was gonna be a major expense to move them off site. And so once they're removed from the dams, they're gonna be placed pretty close to the dams, just on the other side of them. So they'll remain on the ranch.
But outside of the reservoir, which is
Correct. Yep, that's correct.
Good.
Yep, would have a big log jam then.
We actually have a, hi commissioners. We actually have a pretty big head cut erosion issue pretty close, just south of the lower dam that we were planning on just filling with those trees to kind of slow erosion down.
Right there.
Repurposing the trees.
That's right.
No nexus with the beaver working group that Tim was talking about. I see an opportunity
Yes,
there.
yes. Do the beavers know about it?
We could have a long discussion about beavers on the Breck Ray. It's
Okay, maybe for a later session. All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
Folks listening along online, use your raise hand feature if you'd like to address the board on this item. No raised hands.
All righty then, commissioners, can we have a motion on this?
And Chair, I'm prepared to move that we have approved the Breck Gray Ranch I&D fund request as described in the packet.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. Let's take a vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes. I'm still not happy. I mean, when this ranch was purchased, whenever 20 years ago, I mean, we should have known. I mean, we can't go backwards. We have to get it done, but I'm glad that we've learned some lessons, and as we acquire, or, the maintenance of our properties, it's super important, but yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
Mr. Scanlon?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion passes 4-0. And I'd like for the record to note that I am currently employed by a legally distinct affiliate of the Nature Conservancy located in Canada. However, I have no day-to-day dealings or interactions with lessee.
We want to see after pictures.
yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mariah.
Thanks, commissioners.
Our next item is the cropland leasing policy, and it says Wilbur Strickert, but he is sick today and not able to join us, and so his understudy, William Woolston, will be playing the lead role.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Good morning, Commissioners. William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader. Nice to be with you this morning. I am here to present the policy review for the cropland leasing policy 300-006. The objective of this policy is to generate consistent and sustainable revenue from managing cropland in a manner that protects and enhances the long-term value of trust assets. And of course, it does cover the entire state, the policy does. The policy was originally adopted in 2014 and last reviewed in 2021. So it was time for it to come around again. Staff believes the policy is working well, as it stands. We did update language for consistency, just very minor updates that you probably saw in the red line that was provided. Staff also took an in-depth review, did an in-depth review of the cropland rate formula to make sure that it was up to date, and we felt that it was working well as it stood. And excuse me, at the end of that, we did determine that the cropland rate formula was working well and did not need any changes at this time. So therefore, the recommendation by staff is not recommending any changes to the substance of the provisions. Staff is recommending modifications that will improve the language, provide clarity, and increase alignment with our other policies of the board. And with that long presentation, I would ask if you have any questions or comments.
I do.
Nice job.
I do have one. I'm curious, and perhaps I've forgotten. The cropland leasing formula, do we involve any other groups to talk about this, or is it so cut and dry that we look at the average yields in the USDA direction, and we don't need to really have a outreach around it?
We have not so far. We did not in this at this time. What we looked into was we looked at are the values when a lessee owns the improvements on the property, are those values, you know, the adjustment that we're giving for the tier 2, do those values look right, or do they need to be updated because of the time that's gone by? And we did look into that type of thing in this formula, and we determined that actually, to our surprise, it didn't appear that there was a much of a change during that time, and so we decided to leave it the same. But we have not brought outside people into this decision up to this
So was it, yeah, I wasn't even like right this minute, but just generally, this isn't a working group or a topic like we do for the ranch land.
We have not at this time.
Alrighty then, any public comment on this issue?
Folks listening along online, if you'd like to make a comment on this item in front of the board at this moment, please use the raise hand feature and we'll bring you up so that you can address the board. No raised hands.
Alrighty then, may we have a motion on this order?
Commissioner Chavez, I move we approve the revisions to the crop land leasing policy 300-006 as described in the board package.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Hayes. All right, let's take a vote. Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries 4-0. All right, and on to the board leasing agenda. Thank you, William.
Right, good morning, commissioners. Andy Bissett for the Transactions and Record Services team. Here to present the October 2024 board leasing agenda. All competitive bids do require board approval, and this month's agenda includes 3 bids for agriculture and 1 bid for recreation. Staff's happy to answer any questions on this leasing report and does recommend approval of the October 2024 board leasing agenda.
I know you'd be disappointed if I didn't have a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this one, maybe, I don't know, well, I'll address it to you and if a staff member. To the extent that it's worth sharing with the board, I was just curious and noted what might be up with the 3rd applicant and the 1st competitive bid with such a discrepancy in the AUM and the low rating. I assumed it was stewardship, but I wanted to find out more.
Yeah, certainly. Specifically to this question, we can begin incorporating more around anomalies in our standard comments, if that would prove helpful to the board. William might have a little more detail on It is a stewardship.
Commissioners, this is William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader. I'm not familiar enough with this to give you that. I can go in and look. My sense is that there were some serious stewardship and possibly community issues that came into play.
Yeah, okay.
That has to be the case.
Yeah, it has to
I
be.
don't know.
That's
that
what I thought.
The familiars, I
Okay.
could
No
find
need
out.
to even get back. I just thought if there was something quite obvious or worth sharing. I would-
Nothing came to me on that issue, so my assumption is that it was a fairly straightforward difference in stewardships that was fairly dramatic.
Do we ask for public comment on this one too?
We do, on this item, folks listening along, if you'd like to make a comment, raise your hand. Not seeing any hands raised.
All right, then may we have a motion?
I move that the board approve the October 2024 board leasing agenda as presented.
Thank you for that. A second?
This is Commissioner Chavez, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Let's take a vote. Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Heath,
Yes.
Commissioner Scanlon,
Yes.
chair votes yes. Leasing agenda is approved 4-0. And the last final action item is the minutes from the board meeting of last month. Does anybody have any corrections or modifications to those minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are considered approved by acclamation. Is that right?
I just wanted to make a note, as we looked at the work plans that were for the coming year, make sure that we look at those strategic priorities that Tim Maw mentioned were high priorities for the department, so that we're kind of continue to be in line.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Okay, hearing no other comments, thank you, or modifications to the minutes. They pass by acclamation. Now.
So we're
I see
ahead of
what you
schedule.
did with the information. Move them.
I snuck them onto page 2. Is that, yeah.
Exactly.
Were you
Yes.
getting ready to leave?
No.
You can't leave.
I'm
It's
so
just-
comfortable.
This is my
I was
favorite-
counting on 245, they're rock scaling on Floyd Hill. I don't want to get stuck.
Ah.
Yeah, you don't, you've got plenty of time, we could take
I
this
got
to
hours.
4.
I got
go slow, baby.
Yeah.
Do
we need a break?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you all can, Madam Chair, you run the meeting, but we can take a little bit of a break. We've pinged all the program managers to that we're a little ahead of schedule. And I just want to say, I say this every year, but this is my favorite 2 hours of meeting time every year, because it's I get lost in the trees a lot day to day, you know, all the day-to-day work, and seeing it all aggregated, both the stewardship and the financial, and what we've accomplished over the prior 12 months is really fulfilling. And so I'm excited for our team who does all that great work day to day to present what they've been doing for you all. So that's the next part of the meeting, and if you want to take a few minute break,
I
you
think we
can.
do. Get everybody psyched and
More
ready to go.
coffee.
Looking forward to it. All right, thank you. We'll take a quick intermission of 10 minutes.
Super duper. So we'll reconvene at 10:50 according to my watch.
Yes.
So we're waiting for Commissioner Chavez. Is that the plan?
Well, as this is an information
Yeah,
item,
we can keep.
I think
Go
we
ahead.
can, yeah, move ahead. So I'd like to reopen the meeting, the October meeting of the Colorado Board of Land Commissioners. And welcome Mindy.
Thank you very much. I'm Mindy Gott-Sagan, the Conservation Services Manager, and I'll be presenting our fiscal 2024 annual stewardship report. I just want to take a minute and say that, I was gonna say all the photos, but almost all the photos within this presentation are on state trust lands, but also mostly part of the stewardship trust. This first initial picture is a view from our Parents Peak State Wildlife Area property just outside of Durango. And I'll be talking today about how we use sound stewardship today to generate sustainable revenue tomorrow. This presentation is actually the part one of presentation that's matched with Nick Massey's Assistant Director of Finance Administration about sustainable revenue. So you have seen this slide before where I'm going to talk about the last 46 or really 47 years of stewardship. We're coming up on almost 50 years of stewardship programs and attention here at the State Land Board. Since this began in the late 70s or mid 70s with the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And today, about 20% of those properties are on state trust lands. We also did long-term development plans back then. In 1996, of course, Amendment 16 was passed. That began what I call the stewardship trust era. And for about 28 years, or about 20 years, we really didn't do many other programs beside that. But that was also in addition to the first lands designated into the stewardship trust that ushered in the era of reasonable and consistent revenue. And that allowed us to take stewardship into consideration when choosing between leases and looking at long-term returns to the state. And in 2008, that was the first time that we began to apply stipulations to oil and gas leasing. And I was here during that time when Commissioner Droom kind of insisted that we begin to do that, and was also when we began to really share those leasing tracks ahead of leasing with Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Nice.
That was then followed in 2011. That's kind of when I started as the full-time stewardship position. And then we really began to look beyond the stewardship trust and look at stewardship of all state trust lands. So that's been 13 years and counting. We adopted our first asset management plans, our stewardship action plans. We began with our first holistic grazing lease on the Lowry Ranch. And of course, that was all kind of the overriding vision of that was captured in the agency's strategic plan. And then finally, we have our present area or present kind of phase, which is the integration of our stewardship tools with our internal operations. And that's been about 7 years and counting. We have our agency business plan goals. Many employee, the individual performance objectives include stewardship goals. We develop stewardship trust management plans for all of our property, for all the stewardship trust properties. We also have best management practices. Kristen came on and transformed our message and our vision to include and embrace stewardship. And we hired Lindsay with the stewardship trust as a stewardship trust manager, where she could really focus on those goals and I could look kind of more broadly. And then I just want to give a hint to what's coming next year. We haven't done this yet, but we did spend part of this year developing the position description and the ideas that we want to develop for our two new positions. One, the biodiversity position or the manager, and then within field operations, we'll be having the regenerative grazing manager position.
How are those coming in terms of the hiring process?
They're coming along well. They're going to be announced Friday.
Oh my.
What's that? I think that's right. Yeah.
We're putting them out to the market Friday.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Will be announced. So we'll have about a month period where the positions are out there and applications can be submitted.
Mindy, can I just build on your slide for a minute this is the more lighthearted part of the meeting. But when Mindy really started taking this on, we had some old school district managers at the time, and Mindy was tasked with sort of more deeply weaving stewardship into everything we do. And I can recall you going out with one of the, trying to sort of sell stewardship to some of our old school district managers. And one of them said, hey, I'll take you out in the field to look around and I'll even bring you back. The others won't. And then, you know, fast forward here 13 years to, I just think this is so deeply woven into every program manager's thought process and approach to their own businesses is not just how do I make money, but really how do I achieve the stewardship goals in my line of business while I make money? And you deserve a lot of credit there.
It's been my pleasure. Let me take you further deep into what we've been doing this past year. So you've seen this slide before too. We have our land management tools, and most of my presentation today will be talking about these different tools, stewardship trust and our asset management plans. We also have these administrative tools, and this is what we've really kind of integrated more into the stewardship theme as well. And these are both kind of guided by our strategic plan and our annual business goals. And we'll be taught, and this doesn't even really mention our business programs. So we'll be learning a little bit more about those later today. So the land-based stewardship tools, these are basically 6 or so tools that these different puzzle pieces or whatever represent are relatively proportional to the size of the land that they represent of state trust land. The natural areas program is pretty small, and also most of those, all but 2 of those properties are also in the stewardship trust. But we benefit by having those in natural areas because we also take advantage and benefit from the volunteer stewards and the natural areas staff with their annual attention on those properties. We have lease stipulations that are over 400,000 acres of our lands have lease stipulations with leasing. Our asset management plans over 400,000 acres. Stewardship action plans even larger. And finally, this tool, regenerative grazing, is growing each year. I want to take just a minute to stop here because what we're going to see here is some of these shapes begin to change. Our asset management plans are kind of drop. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later where we have a couple of properties that we're selling. So those are going to, that'll reduce our asset management plan kind of acreage. And our stewardship action plan is going to grow. We have on task to do a biodiversity stewardship action plan that really would probably affect almost every property that we have. And regenerative grazing, I've mentioned we have a new position coming on. We're really hoping to have this expand considerably too. And so currently right now we have 1.8 million acres. That's over 2/3 of our ownership affected by some of these different stewardship goals and programs. So I'll take a step back here and just kind of walk through some of these stewardship programs. Again, you've seen these maps before. This map doesn't show you all the Colorado Natural Areas program in the state, just the 20 or so, I think it's 23 that are on state trust lands. And again, I mentioned we have about 23% or whatever of lands that are in the Natural Areas program, and second only to the Bureau of Land Management. There are 24 properties and just over 32,000 acres. And this is a photograph of the Colorado Natural Areas Council, along with the staff and some volunteer stewards.
On a very rainy day.
In Castlewood Canyon, and Josie Heath, as you know, sits on that, has the State Land Board has a permanent seat like on that council. Josie Heath has been serving on that, and she brings to the council a wealth of knowledge on outdoor and natural spaces kind of issues and planning over the years, especially along the Front Range. So thank you very much for serving on that.
I just have to say on that last picture, one of my favorite parts of that trip was as we started down the trail, there was a very large handmade sign that said, "Watch out for rattlesnacks."
So here's a map of the stewardship trust properties. We've had some changes in the last 2 years. We took out Lahar in preparation for sale, as well as Bohart Ranch. But we were able to bring in a couple of new properties. And this summer we visited the Badger Creek one. That's a new addition to the stewardship trust property. There we have 105 properties. As you remember, we're legally obligated to keep that between 295,000 and 300,000. And Lindsay does a great job of keeping those in and having these properties represent some of the business that we have. This is a picture of our new Nipple Rim property up in Moffett County. So this past year for our 2024 objectives, and I want to point out that in your cover sheet, I have tables that also list additional, I'm going to summarize some of the basic goals that we've accomplished or tasks that we've accomplished, but there's even more listed in your cover sheet, with those additional accomplishments as well as goals for 2025. Because of time and expediency, I don't want to go through every one of those, but I've just presented the highlights here. And I think that's figure 4. That's for the stewardship trust extra goals. It is. So this past year, Lindsay monitored 36 of the 105 stewardship trust properties. That brings to a total over the last 3 years, according to our stewardship trust policy, that they should be inspected at least every 3 years. And so 100% of the properties have been inspected and have met that goal. She also prepared 3 new and updated 14 stewardship trust management plans. Each of those plans kind of list the inspections that are done, the natural values, best management practices, and any goals for the property. Those are also shared with the lessee, and the management goals and the best management practices are included as lease addendums to the grazing and recreation lessees leases. We also completed 12 new property surveys. Some of these had to do with new stewardship trust properties, and they were ecological baselines, but they also included bird inventories, wetland assessments, and our cultural resources. And now I want to talk a little bit about asset management plans. These are the large properties over 25,000 acres that staff prepares a special report for, listing all the assets and the goals for the property. Right now we have 9 properties that total just over 400,000 acres. And those properties are outlined in red on this map. 2 of these, Lahara and Bohart, will be probably coming off our asset management plan list because we have planned transactions involving them. A third one, the Hesperus, the Fort Lewis College one, we prepared that back in, I think, 2015 or 2016. And since that time, transferred management of that over to the Hesperus, to Fort Lewis College. So we haven't been like updating that plan. And they've developed their own plans for the property. All of these, and then this new one is the one that we visited this past year. This was completed in fiscal year 2024, the Badger Creek Asset Management Plan. I want to point out there's a couple of other large properties that are well over 25,000 acres, but that we don't plan to develop asset management plans, at least at this time. That's partly because there aren't a lot of threats to those properties. Their leases and use are fairly straightforward and simplistic. I shouldn't say simplistic, but they're fairly straightforward. It's when there's a lot of competing demands and we want to give extra attention, a comprehensive look to the asset, to those assets that we prepare an asset management plan. And those are updated every 5 years. So after the sale of those 2 other properties and the removal of Hesperus, and the inclusion of Badger Creek, will really be down to 7 properties that have asset management plans and just under 380,000 acres. And this is a photograph that should be familiar to you. It's the Badger Creek property. Again, it was over 35,000 acres, 10 surface lessees, issues with recreation and cultural resources and grazing. And we had 3 badger sightings that confirmed the property name.
There's video.
I couldn't find the video. So additionally, for the asset management plans, figure 7 shows more staff accomplishments and also goals for the next step. For stewardship action plans, a large part of this report really is focused around stewardship action plans. These plans, we currently have 3, one for greater sage-grouse in Northwest Colorado, one for lesser prairie chicken in Southeast Colorado, and one in the central part of the state for our wetland plains. Together, these involve Almost 1,100 surface parcels. And additionally, they affect even uses for the subsurface parcels, and because there's 3 layers of those, then that actually totals almost 4,700 subsurface asset layers. And here's where we look at the acreage, almost a little over 404,000 surface acres. All of these are board approved. They contain leasing directives and stipulations that save both you time and staff time, because we know exactly within these areas what stipulations should apply, and our lessees do too. You also approve mitigation under certain standards that are required for permanent loss of habitat. And part of those includes an adaptive management and an annual report to you. And I've included that as part of this annual presentation. So I also, I make a report on any property enhancement and other accomplishments that we may have accomplished in the past fiscal year. The financial impact of leasing decisions and of these stewardship action plans if they've prohibited some leases from moving forward. Any recommendations for change. These are all listed. This information is listed on figures 8, 9, 10, and 11 in the cover sheet. And I'll be spending a little bit of time the next 2 or 3 slides on some of these impacts. And they're reviewed by the board every 5 years. So again, we have the Greater Sage-Grouse Stewardship Action Plan approved in 2021. It was originally approved in 2016, so you've reapproved it once. It'll be coming back before you in 2026. The Lesser Prairie Chicken and the Fen Stewardship Action Plan both were approved in the first year of COVID in 2020. They'll be coming to you next year for reapproval. I don't foresee many changes to either of these at this time. But I'll take a close look at that before we bring them back to you. And finally, our Biodiversity Stewardship Action Plan is coming in 2025. And that'll really incorporate a lot of the actions that we already do with protection of high priority habitat or rare plants. But it'll all be encapsulated in a single document for our staff to see and understand, with some attention also on our biodiversity hotspots on state trust lands throughout the state. Are there any questions about any of this? Okay. So the foregone revenue, this is something that we try to pay close attention to, because even though while we want to do good stewardship, we also know that we have this other trust fiduciary responsibility to our beneficiaries. In past years, we've had to turn down a couple of projects in these stewardship action plan areas. In the past, and both of these have always really either been in greater sage-grouse habitat or lesser prairie chicken habitat. In the last, since 2020, we've only ever had to turn down one project. It was a small solar development project on a Fen property. Other than that, all of these other figures have always addressed greater sage-grouse or lesser prairie chicken. So in 2024, the fiscal year 2024, only one project was not accepted in the SAP area. And that was a solar plan lease. The total estimated net present value of the 30-year revenue that the land board has foregone since fiscal year 2021 has been a range between 1.6 million and 26.1 million. That first number represents the lost planning lease revenue. That's revenue that we're pretty certain that we would have received, whether or not those other projects went on. The second number is an estimate that staff has used to estimate the foregone revenue. There we had to estimate which number of the projects would have moved forward to a production lease. It's possible that none of them would have, but if a certain percentage moved forward, what percentage of the project would then be developed, and what would be the estimated revenue? So that is the high number of what could potentially be lost. It's possible it's half of that or less than that. But I want to, we've reported this number in the past. Last year, I think it was 23 million or something. So we just kind of keep a running average of what that value would be. Are there any questions about this revenue, this estimate? Okay. And part of the stewardship action plans are lease stipulations. For the proposed new leases that came in 2024. There were 26.
May I interrupt you? I'm sorry, Mindy. Thinking about this, I had wondered whether or not, and we may not have a way of tracking because it's too hard, but would any of these leasing opportunities, particularly I'm thinking oil and gas, have showed up on other parcels or in other areas? In other words, is there any kind of substitution effect in our broad portfolio from some
Yeah,
of these
that's a great
wind or
question.
solar or oil and gas mostly?
I think it would depend. I think solar and wind could be moved a little bit more than oil and gas, given
The reserves that
there's the geology.
Let me make sure I understand the question. So like if we turned it down, would it just go across the street to private property or something? Or
It's
are you saying would it leave the region?
no, it's twofold. One is, did it happen anywhere not with our asset? And then the follow-on was whether or not even within our portfolio, you know, the oil and gas, if they couldn't pull it off in this area because it was affected by LPC, would they move on and look at some of our other mineral assets?
Yes, I mean, I know for a fact that some of the leasing opportunities moved to adjacent property to not on state trust land. There's one or two that I'm very aware of that. And we're somewhat constrained because one was a wind tower project where the wind towers just moved right off of us. And there's another one where solar, I don't know if we decided to not move forward with this because it was very close to a LEC. A private property put the solar project right next to it. That was up in Moffett County. To the extent, I don't know if they've left to go onto other state trust land. I don't know about that.
Yeah, it might be hard to.
Yeah. So there have been some
Probably
impacts.
no, but
Yes, sorry, Lindsay Brandt, Stewardship Trust Manager, just to chime in on that topic too, I mean, we do lease for oil and gas when we go through that process of reviewing all those parcels. We do lease, and Katie would confirm this, NSO or no surface occupancy, sometimes for a stewardship reason. So, you know, we say, if you can go over there and drill to our minerals, have at it, but for whether we have rare plants or a wetland, or sometimes we say, we don't want you on the surface. You know, so those do happen as well. Which are kind of small examples.
Yeah. And these are just, well, I think the third point down, let me look. This is just another number for tracks with oil and gas. For 24 were nominated last year with a pretty low year. 19 released with stipulations to protect some ecological resources. And 20 other surface development leases were reviewed and STIPs applied. So these are just within the stewardship action plan area. So they were leased with other stipulations. It was just that one that we said no to. And so sometimes it's also hard if a property is in both the stewardship trust and in greater sage grouse habitat. The renewable energy leasing policy says no to leasing on stewardship trust land. So under what column do I put that as an impact of the stewardship action plan? Right. But it is a challenge of knowing whether to say, if you lease on state trust lands, at least you can add these other stipulations. You can require mitigation.
Exactly.
That happens on private land. CPW's recommendations aren't very much.
Right. Well, and it shows that our adaptive management strategies with stipulations are working, you know, generally speaking, that's why we have them. It's not no, but how.
Right. Yeah. And there are times when we talk internally, okay, and in fact, it might have just been Teschner's lease where we did a solid mineral leasing. We went ahead and made recommendations to go ahead and lease it because it was being leased all around us on BLM land for solid minerals. We at least wanted to capture part of that, and we could require the mitigation funding. So they still have to have other plans to do mitigation, but in that case, we come to the board and explain why.
Thank you.
So as part of this, staff in 2024 completed 1,852 staff inspections. I have a photograph of Lindsay here because I was with her on that trip. I don't have a photograph of all the others. And in fact, Steve Fries alone wins the prize. He alone did over 1,200 staff inspections of oil and gas rigs and installations. Next was the field ops team that did, I think, 532. The two of those together completed over 96% of those staff inspections. But the others, business program managers, myself with Ecosystem Services, Lindsay, Abe, Justin, Vieri with water, and Ben Teschner with solid minerals, all do also do inspections of those leases. So this is just, I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of all this that really happens with staff doing inspections. And that's all stewardship related. Now I want to move on to the stewardship tool of regenerative grazing. You may have noticed that we kind of have transitioned from calling it holistic grazing to regenerative grazing. You also see adaptive management grazing, but it's kind of the same thing in terms of, you know, controlling the timing, intensity, and duration of grazing with long recovery periods. This is a photograph of the 3-day seminar that was held out at Lowry this summer. I first want to mention the 2 agricultural education forums that were led by expert Burke Teichart. 130 lessees and our guests attended those 2 all-day seminars, or at least one of the 2 like all-day seminars. And then this 3-day adaptive grazing seminar that was held at the Lowry Ranch with Nick Trainer and Burke Teichart. So just a real quick view of other stewardship work that is kind of outside our traditional goals. I don't want to forget to mention all the work that the Colorado State Forest Service does on our forested state trust lands. They manage just under 380,000 acres of forested state trust land. All of these projects are targeted at forest health and stewardship, and projects worked on this year were just under 7,000 acres outside the State Forest State Park. 2 post-swap wildfire mitigation projects were completed on state trust land involving Youth Corps crews. And the State Forest Service was able to secure and receive $780,000 in outside grant funds for work on state trust lands. For each dollar spent, they leveraged out with this. That was like a leverage of $4.23 from other sources. So the work that they do and getting those grant funds and managing it is something well beyond what we'd be able to really do with our staff.
And in that photo, there's a number of trees that have that spruce, budworm.
Right.
Where are we on that in the state? And are we?
I think they're kind of working on it as much as they can. It's pretty overwhelming. The condition of the Colorado State Forest is pretty alarming right now, through decades of overgrowth and just the decline of the forest industry. So these projects, they're able to kind of leverage these funding and work with other partners. This past year, we had Mark Lovell come from the State Forest Service and give us the update. But it is hard when you look at that one project and you just see, you know, slope full of other trees. I don't have an answer for where we're at with that. And I can't go back. I don't know how to get back to that slide.
Turn back arrow.
I think the beetle kill problem, they ate everything and everything's dead. You know, at least from a Summit County perspective, probably Grant, you know, every lodgepole pine that was susceptible to them is.
Yeah.
So it's fuel loaded in our county for sure. Frightening.
I just want to take a brief moment to talk about our temporary access permits. These are kind of a little known thing that's take a fair bit of time sometimes with the staff, but I've been tracking these for a couple of years because so many of them, about here I've estimated 23% of the 219 issued in fiscal year 2024 were stewardship related. These involve lease access for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, universities, research projects, some archaeological studies. The rest of these also have to do with, you know, temporary recreational access for photography or for hunting. The lion's share of this is really our due diligence for our larger land development companies that need like solar development, rights of way, pipelines, solid minerals. They've got to have access to do a lot of due diligence studies. A lot of this comes into here. I understand there's a change being made within our stewardship, within our temporary access permitting process where our lease will actually allow them to do that, and we don't have to have separate temporary access permits. But it's an important component, and I really like to see how much we allow access to state trust lands to support stewardship. And then finally, I just want to talk a little bit about funding. We have, as you may know, different base accounts within our base budget. And in addition to the investment and development fund, I try to tease out of that and all of these, how much is spent for stewardship. Really, most of the others are all completely spent on stewardship, except for probably the investment and development fund. And this is a subset of the monies that were expended in 2024 that I feel met that criteria to be counted as stewardship. But you can see the two biggest chunks of these is the investment and development fund and the hunting and fishing access enhancement fund, that some of that money comes out of our payment from CPW for the use of improvements and issues addressed with those lands that are in that program. And then I just want to complete the presentation with, I kind of picked out 4 highlighted projects that I think are really important and kind of talk, signal what we were working on and focused on this past year. The first of these are the Chancellor Ranch field camps. You may remember that I reported that the Paleocultural Research Group was able to secure with our support a state historical fund grant of over $200,000. And that supported 3 12-day field camps this past summer. One of those actually happened after July 1st, so it's technically 2025, and there'll be a 4th camp next summer. But these 3 camps that happened this summer, over 80 individuals participated in that. 2 of them involved collaboration with 2 colleges with archaeological students. Over 8,300 hours were contributed by these volunteers that worked on that project. The labor contribution alone was estimated at $173,000. 5 major historical sites were documented, and numerous European sites were created through that work. And I also want to give a shout out, I didn't put it on here, but to the Wooten family and the Chihuahua Cattle Company for helping. We used one of the houses that the State Land Board built, what we sometimes call the recreation house. They didn't stay in the house, but they were able to use the water and electricity from that house source to support these 3 field camps. And a second thing I wanted to mention is that this year we expanded our line of business stewardship reviews. This past year, staff completed business program and stewardship reviews on 48 proposed new leases. And rights of way for the first time are now formally included as part of that that review process. We had not included rights of way for a long time, but especially major ones like this, we felt it was important to include. We also added wetland and cultural STIPs. Last 2 years, we've been adding these as lease stipulations, like add-ons to those properties that have wetlands. And this is a photograph of our Rawhide Flats property up in Larimer County. This is proposed for a solar development project. In the past, we wouldn't have put any stipulations on with regard to wetlands. Now we have a 100-foot setback from any areas identified as wetlands. There may be additional CPW recommendations on top of that, and some of those extend out 200 or 300 or even 500 in some cases. But we wanted to at least place a minimum of 100 foot from wetlands or 100-year floodplains. And now these are now being added so we did it for 2 years. We added them as lease stipulations, and now they're being added to the lease templates themselves. So the stipulations actually go down, but they're incorporated into the lease along with other stewardship practices. The third thing I wanted to mention is, I think this is the third one, maybe it's the fourth, that we've kind of taken the initiative on two mitigation actions. One had to do with the right-of-way that was proposed through Lesser Prairie Chicken Habitat. We added an additional mitigation consideration. And then this one had to do with mitigating some of the impacts on the Lowry Ranch from a proposed new pipeline project. wildlands restoration volunteers, partnered with the State Land Board and built erosion control structures at the Lowry Ranch. These are hand-built rock structures. I will say that Nick Trainer is doing an absolute fabulous job out there, but there were some of these kind of longstanding issues where you have these head cuts that travel upslope, and they were able to build, I don't know, Lindsay, 25 structures, something like that, like over the course of a day or two out there.
Oh, rocks.
And finally, I just want to take a really quick note on what are our priorities for the coming fiscal year? And really, they boil down to two things. One is biodiversity. We're looking forward to hiring our new biodiversity manager, and we also have a stewardship tech position for the first time dedicated and administrative staff dedicated to the stewardship team. And looking at developing that stewardship action plan to enhance and restore these biodiversity hotspots on state trust lands. And secondly, the regenerative grazing position. Looking to hire that new position, the adaptive grazing manager, increasing rangeland productivity and resilience, and enrolling our first properties into soil carbon projects. And with that, I just have the last three questions that I like to ask you. Are there any things that we've missed? Anything extra you'd like to see next year? And any new opportunities you'd like staff to pursue that you've read about or intrigued with?
Nope, it's always fabulous to hear from you. And to see your work when we're out.
Well, I do want
around
to
the
say,
state.
I have the privilege of bringing this all together. It's really all the staff.
And Lindsay and.
Well, and
yeah.
field operations. and-
Yes, it is everyone.
That's what I was gonna say, land board's a team game.
Yeah.
It really makes us proud.
But I also
Thank
love that you track all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't just put
Yeah.
it in a file and
Right.
leave it somewhere. You do a great job tracking all this and stuff.
And keep an eye out for our new, this is the last you'll see of this one, because our brand new one is, this is our triennial report that we also try to track and show what we're doing. And this was the one that unfortunately the annual report got put in its place, but when we sent this out late yesterday, I think. And this will be coming in printed form very soon.
Oh, good, like very soon, like within a month or two, or?
I hope within a month.
To your questions up here, I'm really looking forward to, you and the organization have done such an amazing job of really integrating stewardship, as you showed on one of your first slides, into how the organization thinks about its fiduciary responsibility and income generation and everything else. And I'm really interested to see now entering into, I guess it'll start next year, the strategic planning process, and with it, some of the asset allocation, it'll be much more live conversation with stewardship as a big thread running through all that. So looking forward to seeing how that evolves.
Do want to give a shout out that it's a big thread in the current one also.
Yeah,
but-
yeah.
But I think there are opportunities to weave it in bigger, deeper ways.
Like sort of the
moving forward.
biodiversity
Yeah.
action plan and
for
just
sure.
seeing it all, just continuing to meld.
Mhm.
And then how or whether it affects some of the asset allocation conversations.
Yeah, surely.
It's remarkable.
Makes us proud. Thank you.
Yeah.
very
It's
much.
awesome, Mindy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, polite applause from the support team. Nick, how you gonna follow that? We took care of everything and
Her
we
picture
made a lot of
would be
money.
Well, maybe I'm not.
We made a lot of money.
Maybe I'm not gonna.
The
follow.
other half of the mission.
Let's see if the tech guy can get stuff going here. Good morning, Commissioners, Assistant Director and Designated Birthday Boy Nick Massey here to provide you some of the stats around finances and the state of the organization for both fiscal year 2024, which concluded in June, and fiscal 2025, which we're in now. I'm proud to be the cream and the Oreo right now between stewardship and lines of business. You know, the thing that you do as a board is pretty remarkable. You're the fiduciaries of a nearly $5 billion trust. And that money, that value doesn't just sit around, it's active. It requires constant decision-making, decisions that have a long life to them. And so we're thankful for your leadership as a board in helping the staff do the amazing things that we do with this trust. So having said that, revenue this year was about $1/3 billion. I don't know about you, but I never really envisioned myself in being involved with anything that was counted in billions. But this is just fantastic results from the year just concluded. $320 million on the books. That breaks down between operating revenue from the leases that staff work with you all to approve. That was about $230 million. Permanent fund generated right around $50 million in investment income. And the Erie disposition was $40 million that, as a board, you directed us as staff to move to the permanent fund directly. So that comes together as 320. Where does $320 million go? I have not yet figured out how to stash any of that under my sofa. So you can be rest assured that all of it is moving to the right places. It cost us about $8 million to run the agency this year. This was just operating costs alone, staff, a few project budget lines, and the overhead to keep the lights on and keep us healthy as an organization. Sometimes this number looks a little bit bigger when we have a transfer of trust revenue, school trust revenue to the I&D fund. We have that standing authority in statute to transfer up to $5 million of that revenue a year for those projects. I'll say more about that in a few slides, but was not part of the equation this year. And so for the school kids of today, we saw $165 million distributed to the beneficiaries. That breaks down between BEST and school finance. BEST saw $144 million, which was half of our gross revenue, plus $29 million from permanent fund income. And school finance saw the usual $21 million from us this year as well. Between what was left of operating revenue after we paid our bills and the NSE money that I mentioned, we sent $147 million to the permanent fund. It's a fantastic result. I mean, there are within reasonable memory, there are years where our entire earnings were $147 million. So very excited to enrich the future generations of Colorado school kids with these kinds of money. So I mentioned operating costs a minute ago. So exhibits 3 and 4 from your packet, and thank you for spending some time with the 51 pages that I presented you this month. But exhibits 3 and 4 from your packet discuss expenses, among other things. And as fiduciaries of this trust, it's important for us to know that you all have a clear picture of what's going on with expenses. $8.2 million in fiscal 24 becomes $9.4 million in fiscal 25. I'll say it probably half a dozen times in the next 10 minutes, but that's almost entirely because of the additions we're making to staff for our stewardship efforts and recreation. That which is a total of 5 additional staff for the year. Generally, our operating costs grow about 2.5% per year. They tend to follow inflation. This year, that growth is 15%. Again, it's related to the additions to staff. And speaking of staff, costs of personnel, including benefits and para, generally make up about 2/3 of our costs. With the addition of the 5 FTEs, that's almost entirely the growth that we're seeing. We have full discretion every year of about $1.5 million. So in our detailed budget spreadsheet, you see little project lines, 25,000, 35,000, 7,500. That's parts of that is what we have discretion over. What's challenging for me as a financial leader and for staff is that there isn't any kind of built-in mechanism to grow those numbers over time. When we want to grow the size of the pie, we have to ask the legislature for permission. And putting together requests for project money is especially hard. You've really got to come up with a bulletproof argument and talk about the impacts you're going to make. And I think we're getting better with that over time. With these FTEs that we've added this year, we were able to squeeze in some project money and some bigger allowances for learning and development for those people and for all of staff. But that's still a challenge. So we do move around anticipated expenses in the budget compared to actuals of the previous year. You'll see some big percentage swings in some of those lines, but on a dollar amount, it's usually a few $1,000s that move, here and there. We don't have discretion or full discretion over about 20% of our budget every year. These costs, as they always have been, are assessed to us. As a reminder, those come from the costs of our technology expenses, costs that we help pay for the executive director of DNR's office. But it was in that section that there was a couple things that caught my eye, and I wanted to make sure that I highlighted to you all. Vehicle leases saw a pretty big bump. I think it was something in the neighborhood of 50 or 60% change. Again, that's related to, as part of that budget request for those additional staff, we secured the rights to lease an additional 4 vehicles. Or 4 vehicles.
Where's our ATV?
We have a lot of those.
We will do our best. We will do our best to commit to purchasing Polaris Razors and long traveling to these.
I just think it's a priority for the landlord.
Well, let's see what it feels like to do 250 miles behind one of those steering wheels, and we'll see where we go with that. The other thing that may have caught your eye was the other line, and it's not really a catch-all. It's just there are a couple of components that make that up. It grew by 100%, and really what was driving that was the cost from the Office of Risk Management has increased to the agencies across the state by a lot.
So to be clear, they're not discretionary to us. Somebody else just forces an expense down onto us.
Correct. So, and the shorthand for risk management is self-insurance. It's the state's self-insurance pool. And so the cost for those things grew for everybody and were assigned to us as how much stuff we have insured with state insurance. I want to make a point here to mention that this expense and operating budget is all separate from IND. We have our authority to use revenues from the current year. We come to you, and for that spending that you haven't delegated staff authority, we come and ask for your blessing to spend money. Justin did it today for $300K for tree removal. And so we don't track IND expenditures in the budget per se. So know that staff is giving you opportunities to see what's happening with those funds in other places. Yeah.
Nick, let me stop you. Generally speaking, again, given the difficulty in finding project dollars, and there's always a matter of interpretation and definition, but is the current practice to always top up IND with, the potential could be coming down the road expenditures so that you've got access to it and you don't lose a year where you could have done 5 and you don't?
We only do it in the moment. So when the board approves $1 million project, we will potentially ensure that $1 million is available for spending against that project in the moment. We don't fund ahead. Yeah, that's.
Should we?
We could have a thoughtful discussion about it, but my concern has always been the optic of us sitting on an uncommitted cash balance in a year when the legislature budget might be tight and they start to look around for cash funds. And I'm concerned that someone could look at that and say, wow, we've given these guys way too much discretion and we're gonna claw that back. We don't want it to be 5 million anymore. We want it to be 1 million because you're just sitting on a slush fund over there. And so we transfer it over only when you all have approved the expenditure and we know what we're gonna spend it on. And, sometimes that crosses fiscal year ends, often it does. You'll approve a $1 million project and it takes us 2 to 3 years to spend the money, but we know what we're spending it on.
Right.
And transfer that over without the related
I was thinking
encumbrance.
more of like, if there's project things that possibly qualify, being, in this case, conservative by, it's entirely possible these funds could be deployed here, we might have this need here, and spelling it out so that there's basically a pipeline of projects. They're always waiting and articulated for, isn't the cap 5 million?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just a thought. We don't have to solve it here. I was just curious how we did it.
Your way also makes a lot of sense. I've just been concerned that
Get
for
that
our
concern. It's
former
happening.
JBC member over here,
Don't have money laying around.
don't have money laying around. Then you lose the privilege.
Roger that.
Also, the dollars that we transfer there are dollars that don't go to the beneficiaries.
Right, I get that.
And so,
don't wanna
if we're not
squander.
clear
Yeah.
on what we're gonna do with it, it seems like it ought to build roofs and new schools.
Okay, not to beat it dead, but I was thinking again, in a period of growth, we're
Mhm.
adding 5 new people, several in stewardship and recreational areas. That surely there are a lot of projects that we want those people to be able to do. Once we have the capacity, now we have to do the project funding. So I'm just saying,
Yep.
isn't there like a 2-year pipeline of
Mhm.
things that we
I
might?
think we're pretty nimble at bringing the proposals to you all and just moving the money over in the moment,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, as long as it's not
I
restricting
don't think it's
our access
been
to it.
restrictive.
Yeah, as long as it's not restricting our access to those funds because of like timing and years and.
That's a good way to put it, is we do find that we can access the funds we need in a timely way
Okay.
to get projects done when they come up.
Get the
and are
projects.
Envisioned.
Okay.
It's never been a hindrance.
Okay, let's not solve a problem that isn't a problem.
And it's also worth repeating, as I do every year, that we essentially cannot overspend our budget within the state. It takes 4 or 5 people to sign off on just about every dollar that we spend. And there are even mechanisms in things like the accounting or procurement system that prevent us from spending more money than was allocated to the project. So there are very tight controls. I hope that we can always be comfortable that internal controls on spending are excellent. I hand wrote some notes on this slide and I forgot what I was thinking. But anyway, I'm gonna go backwards a little bit. So exhibit 1 from your packet details statutory distribution activity, among other things. And Best, I mentioned it before, but Best this year saw $144 million from school trust income or revenue from the assets of the school trust. It's getting to be quite impressive that over the course, the lifetime of the Best program since 2009, that's $1.25 billion sent to the program. As an example of leverage, this year Best granted $160 million. So you see there's not a direct correlation between what we sent and what they granted to 31 projects. And they're nearing $3 billion in grants made since the beginning of that program. Again, we know if we pay attention to the size of the real problem, we know it's much bigger than this, but $3 billion makes a significant dent in the problem that's out there.
And the additional money comes from marijuana tax? Is that the difference?
Marijuana lottery spillover, actually marijuana may have even been repurposed and it's on the decline. There's some lottery spillover money, but we remain the largest funding source. And then, of course, the local match, right?
Prior to
Right.
best, did all our earnings just go to the permanent fund? I know there was legislation for the 21 million too.
So I can't speak very deep to the history. And we weren't earning a lot in those years.
Right.
Some of it was going to School Finance Act, some of it was getting swept in some years. Some of it was going to permanent fund. And I don't have that, I could.
I was just
do
curious.
research. Ed might be able to help.
I think prior to about the mid-2000 aughts, your rental revenues all went to school finance, and your royalty revenues all went to the permanent fund.
Okay.
And prior to 1996, land sales and timber sales all largely went to the permanent fund, with a very small handful of transactions that were reinvested into corpus land purchases, but those were very small and weren't clearly authorized, so it wasn't like the non-simultaneous exchange program.
Right. So Best started in 2000. I vaguely remember when it was introduced.
2009.
2009. It's interesting. That was the Great Recession. And that's when we had the negative factor.
Well, I think it passed in 08, got
Yeah.
implemented in 09.
Yeah, just.
But it was Andrew Romanoff and the state treasurer, Kerry Kennedy.
Carried, yeah. That's just
We're behind
interesting
it.
timing, or I don't
Yep.
think that would have gone.
Again, Ms. Hamrick, if I recall correctly, it was largely, and you probably know this better than I do, but it was largely in response to the rural school litigation.
Yes, it was Leadville.
system. Yeah, not,
And I represented that district that had filed a lawsuit about they couldn't fix their buildings.
yeah. So
Well, and it was-
coincidence that it was.
Yeah, and
around
it's a mandate
Right.
of sort that you have safe buildings and all that. I was just curious, I didn't think past Best where it sounds like it wasn't much money. It was kind of divvied up a little bit with school finance. Okay, thank you.
And speaking of school finance, I mentioned we sent the permanent fund sent its usual 21 million to the School Finance Act this year. And so they're nearing $550 million in benefit from those distributions over 16 years. This year, State Land Board staff contributed to House Bill 24-1448, which is going to step down that $21 million to zero over a couple of years and benefit Best more directly, all the better.
I would note for context, I think the School Finance Act is about $8 billion.
13.
13 now.
Annually?
It's billions, so the
Yeah.
21 million
We're
is
dropping
always
the
a
bucket.
nickel or two that we've.
Turns out they often dropped it on the floor and lost it for a few days.
Yeah, so this is a good trajectory for better uses.
So, if you'll indulge me, moving on a little bit. Exhibit 5 from your packet is a report on the changes made to the properties of the properties held in the school trust, or happen to be all school trust this year. The board got the pleasure of touring the beautiful Williams Park property up in Routt County this year, which was a lovely acquisition that's gonna provide some great recreation opportunities and an ag component in a recreation hotspot for the state. Mentioned briefly the Erie disposition, which is going to create an opportunity for some much needed housing in that community. And that was the $40 million that the board directed staff to send straight to the permanent fund. And the Bohart disposition got us started on that multi-phase, multi-year project to support the Department of Defense in creating better buffers around their assets and resources through conservation. And just for the record, that's often the work that we discuss under terms like REPI and SOAR. So a couple of pieces there. So the school trust actually shrank a little bit this year by about 5,000 acres. So fiscal 2025, we're already a few months in. Things are going great. Keep it up, everybody. And exhibit 2 in your packet covers staff's forecast for revenue for the year. And then the big number we put out there is between operations and investment income from the permanent fund. We're looking at about $264 million. Again, another remarkable year planned ahead. And I say remarkable, I call it remarkable because we continue to see this kind of result from the fact that we rely on our partners and lessees, our operators, to make sure that our assets are being well taken care of. And really, really hard work by a fairly lean and highly skilled staff. None of this happens without some really exceptional efforts from the people sitting all around me.
Thank you.
So thinking that $264 million in context, where staff is anticipating operating revenue will likely dip by about 10% this year. And the investments coming, the income coming off the permanent fund is probably going to increase a little bit this year. So the net change is a single-digit decline in total revenue from those sources. It wouldn't be one of my presentations where, unless I said, it really continues to be difficult to forecast what's going to happen with revenue with any precision. Obviously, this year with a significant election right around the corner, war in the Middle East, global strife, uncertainty is everywhere. And so staff will continue to make conservative guesses at what we think revenue will be for the year. The risks of being too aggressive on those forecasts are too great. Too many people rely on those numbers to make business decisions. So we want to be precise but conservative. Recurring revenues generally across the board, we expect to be fairly stable. Lots of things like rate escalators and rate increases that have been in place for a few years are kind of mellowing out. So again, a bit stable for recurring revenues, and oil and gas remains volatile. I call it the elephant, or the elephant in the room. It happens to be gray on that bar chart. Most of our revenue will be oil and gas, and we're totally uncertain what's going to happen with pricing for the next year. All indications are that prices for oil and gas on the open market are going to decline over the course of the year. That's what the futures almost always say. And so that's the trend that we will follow when we give you our numbers.
Do we track when some of these basins that drilling happens in are expected to be depleted?
No.
I'm just curious because I've heard various timelines for that. Against, you know, the intersection as things
Yeah.
are shifting to renewables and that kind of thing.
I think I can speak for all of us when I say we don't actually track it. I know that number fluctuates between 50 years and never.
I've heard even 30 years and never, but yeah.
Well, I think we started saying 50, 20 years ago. So
Yeah.
30 years. and
Right.
never. So I would love to have the resources to give us a better understanding of that so that our forecast could get a little tighter. It's just kind of outside of our reach.
I'm
I
not
think.
sure it much matters, except for it is an interesting, as we try and replace this revenue over time. And hopefully there's new technologies, some of what we heard today come on board.
Sure.
It'll- Well, or will be the landlord of the past.
Well, and it's also an example this morning of the oil and gas companies diversifying.
Right.
And that's exactly what we've got to do too.
Yeah.
We need a futurist to come talk to the landlord.
That'd be cool. I think we could pay for that out of IND.
There you go.
So that's what I had prepared. I've distilled about 50 pages of material into roughly 15 minutes. You know, I want to say again that I happen to be very proud of the staff in making these numbers happen. I have a distinct pleasure of just being one of the guys that counts the numbers. But these folks make all this stuff happen every day. And I'm excited for you to hear what's coming, or what's happened in the last year from them next, and what we've got planned for the new year. So let's continue the celebration.
Perfect report. Nice, great.
And there isn't a slideshow component for the business line, so.
Oh, there's not a slideshow component, so grab lunch.
It's up to you. Grab lunch and
Uh,
do the
Commissioners,
readouts while we.
are you in favor of a working lunch?
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, okay.
Take 10 and.
Take 10 to load up and.
Okay, so time check again, it's 12:01. Let's reconvene at 12:11. 22 seconds.
How about 12:15?
Round
Round numbers.
Folks listening along, the board is gonna come back at about 12:15. Thanks.
Okay, we're back, reopening up the October meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. And we're about ready to continue on our information items and the business plans.
Yes.
Elliot, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Elliot Wade, Assistant Director, Sustainability and Working Lands. And just wanted to say 2 words to bring this agenda item in front of you and to carry on from what Mindy and Nick were saying, which is that all the great work on the stewardship of the lands and generating revenue is due to the hard work of an amazing staff, valuable staff, and all the programs that they lead. So I joined the land board about halfway through the fiscal year, and so I've seen part of this process, and it's amazing, and it's ton of hard work and determination, and I think even more importantly, the passion and the care towards the mission that we all have for the school children and the other trusts that we manage for that leads to the results that you're seeing. So with no further ado, we'll get to the greater detail of that leads to those results, and you'll hear from the program managers themselves. So I will turn over, I think, Medina first, is that right?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mindy Gottsing. I'm the Conservation Services Manager, and I manage the Ecosystem Services Program. I don't have a presentation to make, but I was asked to share 3 of the most important outcomes of the business program this past year. So I want to draw your attention first to the amazing increase in revenue that the Ecosystem Services Program.
68, 100%.
I know, it's amazing.
Can you get better next year?
That's fine. I'm sure I'll make that again next year, but I didn't see this coming either, but I've often likened the Ecosystem Service Program revenue kind of like a snake that eats the goat, and then there's some lean years, and then there's another, it's a rabbit or something, but yeah, we had a record-breaking $1,373,868 from just a single sale of credits from our South Platte Mitigation Bank in Morgan County. Together that raised the income for the program over $1.6 million. The exciting thing is that we now have 4 active mitigation banks. This past year, we've had 3. We brought on another one this past fiscal year. And the remaining credits available with those 3 or 4 banks has a potential to generate an additional $6 to $7 million just for the state land board revenue. Remember, our revenue is about 20% of the full value of the credits that are sold. And then the third thing I want to mention is we've made some real progress on developing a voluntary carbon program with Carbon Project developers. You may remember that in the fall of 2023, you approved a pilot project. That unfortunately didn't move through, but we learned a ton, and we're making real progress on selecting those Carbon Project developers that I think will work for the state. So that is what I wanted to bring your attention to with the Ecosystem Service Program. Any questions for me or about any of the information that's in the business plan reading?
Are you getting a lot more calls from developers of various, ecosystem service credit?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
is
have
the
one or
volume
two.
picking up?
One or two. One thing that happened, and I mentioned it in here, is that we had You may remember last year, Sandy Creek Partners, who had been working with us, assigned all but one or two of their leases to Ecosystem Investment Partners, which is a nationally recognized
All
firm.
right.
They've moved forward with two of the projects, with three, like at least. They've also dropped 3 projects. So they've been picked up either by Sandy Creek again, or in this case, in one other case, by a new mitigation bank sponsor. So there's still interest in those, but they weren't the kind of projects that EIP really wanted to look at, so.
We didn't purchase this, so I'm catching it
Oh, no.
maybe off guard, but you, you've talked to me about all the interest that you've gotten from voluntary projects rather than sort of the stream and wetland and wildlife stuff that
Correct.
is captured here, but talk just for a second about the voluntary mitigation efforts and what that could look like and what we're doing to get into the business.
Right, so those projects, the voluntary markets are not driven by federal or state regulations. They're driven by kind of business needs. And right now they're focusing on the carbon market is all voluntary right now, at least within Colorado. And that that actually has, unlike some of the credit markets where you can only sell credits within a certain watershed or the species within a certain habitat range, carbon credits are a worldwide market. And so some of the companies we're looking at actually have bases established overseas. The challenge is that there's varying kind of metrics and protocols for how you develop those credits, but there's a lot of interest by Colorado companies that want to buy carbon credits from Colorado. Their business, their base of operations is here. They would prefer to buy carbon credits locally and be able to report to their stockholders or their stakeholders that they're buying, that they're doing good things here in Colorado. So those are the people that have been approaching us. But we don't have the wherewithal to implement and develop those projects, so we're looking at the project developers. So, and we're excited that those also have a tie-in, these nature-based kind of carbon sequestration projects, different from what we heard talk about today with the carbon capture and underground storage. That's a little different. These other ones are nature-based. Their volume is little, but their appeal is very high because they involve growing trees and big grasslands. And even though Colorado grasslands are not super duper carbon capturers, we have so much land on the Eastern Plains. 2/3 of our ownership is on the Eastern Plains. And at scale, we think we can make a difference. And right now, the revenue opportunities are looking good. So, yeah, we're excited to keep pushing that project forward. And behind it is coming biodiversity, another voluntary market. That's a little more tricky. For us, it's always balanced what kind of long-term commitment we have to make on a property in terms of a deed restriction or conservation easement. So for us, that decision will come to you because that'll be a production lease. Staff is able to approve planning leases, but the production leases will always come to you for consideration. I hope I answered that.
Yep.
Yes.
That was great.
Good.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
William? Yeah, yes, you guys are all following along. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. William Wilson, Field Operations Team Leader. I'm here to provide the highlights for the Field Operations Business Plan. And I'd like to start out with the acquiring of the Williams Park Ranch. I think that was a real highlight for both ag and rec. It's a high value property, I think, in a high value area, and it's an exciting new part of our portfolio. That actually, we just finished the RFP, or a group of staff did, and it went very well, but I won't go into that too far because it's brand new, but it was, we had a good turnout there. I'd also like to mention something that we initiated a grazing rates roundtable to look at our grazing, how we establish our grazing rates each year. And we did that because we became more and more concerned about the robustness of the data that we were seeing outside of coming out of the CSU led surveys. And CSU, Jeff Cornell with CSU was right with us on that. He was very concerned about the lack of numbers that he was getting in return out of those surveys. So we have had a handful of meetings. We asked a number of lessees from around the different districts to take part in this, who we appreciated. We knew we could appreciate their input. William Burnage, TMC, is on the panel. Jeff Purnell is on the panel, and so we've had some very good feedback that has come out of it so far. We have probably 1 or 2 meetings. We're not finished yet, but to me, this was a highlight of what we did last year, because we saw that we had something that needed to be looked into deeply, and we're doing that, and we'll finish it up fairly soon, but we look forward to giving a report on the final on that.
Say more about, we knew we had something that hadn't been looked into.
We were just getting the survey numbers, the numbers of survey responses that we were getting back from the survey that CSU was doing for us was kind of dramatically going down in numbers. So the robustness, especially in some of the districts, were very small.
William, let me take a step back.
Sure.
To set our grazing rates, we hired CSU every 3 years to conduct, okay, you got that part. And the response rate was going down and down and down. So we just weren't convinced we were getting reliable enough data to go set rates for 1,700, well, we have 1,700 ag lessees. There might be a few hundred that are competitive bids, but we're setting rates for more than 1,000 customers, and we didn't feel like we had a great data set.
Yeah, and it just the data, not the numbers of data points that we were getting were just few, and it began to look a bit erratic. So anyway, we thought it was time to take a good look at it. And it's been very interesting, and I think we'll have a very good report for you in a few months.
You feel like we're on track with the market?
That's, yes. Oh, well, fairly, but I think where we're going, I'm very excited about what we're probably, what I think we're going to bring to you. It will be a commodity based rate that we will be following commodities to build our rates.
Instead of the CSU.
Instead of the more randomized survey.
Does CSU know why the response rate was going so low?
He doesn't really, and then we talked about that because Jeff switched to a digital survey the last year, and it actually got worse, and he thought it would, help it improve, and it was. And he said it's not, he said, the other thing that he did mention, it has nothing to do with the land board or this survey. They're seeing it across the board. He was very, 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 very much behind us looking for alternative methods.
Deb, just for historical context, the last time we discussed raising fees, we had an overcrowded hearing room and the start of COVID.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And this way, I think if this comes out the way I think it will, we will have a very solid commodity-based factual set of data that we're following.
Yeah, which is a great rationale.
I think so. It'll help. It'll follow the market that our customers are living under more closely. And enough said, we'll see. But anyway, I look forward to reporting back. Just quickly, the other thing I'd like to.
Commissioner Chavez raised his hand. I think, make sure we get to.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thanks for not letting everybody see my face. I can't, you closed me out on the video, but William, I guess my question is, in Walsenburg, we have, I don't recall the name of the ranch, it's the yearly lease.
Bear Creek.
Bear Creek, thank you. Are there other ranches that we could do the same thing to really get a sense of the market? I mean, there's nothing better than actual transactions.
So that's a great lead into my third highlight point, actually, Commissioner Chavez. And if it doesn't answer, please let me know. But the third highlight that I was going to point out is our competitive bid system. And it's been becoming more robust every year as far as the numbers of applications. The fiscal year 23 was the high point at 36. So it's still a smallish number, but we are getting a lot of them. We get our bids are on average 65% above the winning bids through the competitive system are 65% above our standard rate. So it shows, as Director Ryan and I were talking a day or two ago, it really does, I think, show there's a huge amount of competition out there and desire for our 10-year leases. They like the product that we're providing them. The other side of the coin, I think it not only provides us a large revenue boost on the leases that we can put this into play on, it gives us the opportunity, and really almost the RFPs and the competitive bids right now are the only opportunity we really have to do a quick change and improvement in the stewardship that's taking place on our particular leases. And I think that's huge. It just gives us the ability to go out and have a conversation with applicants and really be able to choose who's going to come in and do the best job, both from a revenue and a stewardship standpoint. So, the average was $30.21 in fiscal 23 for as far as the winning bid on our competitive leases. Versus our standard rate at during that same time is $18.31. So,
but William, going back to my question, are there other ranches that we can do a annual lease, that fit in to them to get a better sense?
So we could, because of the way we won't put an annual lease on any leases that are already in our system in the 10-year format. So it would have to be a ranch that we would go out and buy and purchase to bring in. And I haven't found any, it's just been hard to find those properties that look like they're going to work well and that we can acquire.
Thank you.
You bet. With that, I'll open it up for other questions. I guess I would also just quickly say I'm very pleased with, I've got a tremendous staff working under me. And just very pleased with the revenue return that we got this year. And not as good as Mindy's. I still think she should have done my job. Anyway.
That's great. It's great information. Do you have any plans to expand? I mean, you've already been showing some really stout numbers, so any thoughts on how to continue to expand the exposure for LSDs to the regenerative grazing best management practices and theories and whatnot?
Yeah, obviously the new FTE that we're going to hire soon will be a huge boost. To have a person on the ground that can really work individually with our lessees should be great. The key to that is finding the right person. That's, in my opinion, huge. The right person will automatically draw people and want to bring them in. If we can't find that person, it'll be a lot different than that. So that is a way, and I would rather not say much about it, but there are some other ideas that we're tossing around through the competitive bid system where we might be able to, and maybe others, where we might be able to apply adaptive grazing management practices onto leases when we have the opportunity to do so, such as the competitive bid process.
Yeah, in the Williams Park Ranch RFP process, it was very clear that the top respondents understood that was what we wanted to hear, and the best were the ones that were saying, I plan to do this, this, and this, but I would love for you to help me to figure out how to do it even better. So there will be a group that will be very responsive to that. And so it'll be great to have another person on board focused on that part of the business.
And just quickly, I'm taking too much time, but the competitive evaluation sheet that we started using when we made that increase in the stewardship portion of that and the importance of the stewardship portion, that immediately changed the responses that we were getting back from applicants, which actually it shocked me, honestly. I thought it would take time, and it was immediate. Not in all cases, but in many cases, we got immediate responses to what we were asking for. It changed the way they were applying. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. For the record, Katie Stitt, Oil and Gas Leasing Manager. So our oil and gas team was exceptionally busy last year. Even though we had a decline in revenue, it was still our second highest grossing oil and gas year to date. So it was still very busy. Internally, we recognize that a lot of our lands in our prime development areas in Colorado are already leased. So our team spends a lot of time focusing on auditing those leases to make sure they're in compliance, because if they're not, we can move leases around and get new folks in that may be bringing our lands into development. And there's two components to auditing, because we have the lease terms themselves, which we call the compliance piece, and I audit those. But we also have the financial audit, which is pretty complex. It involves a lot of data and information. It keeps our finance team and Crystal very busy, making sure that all of the reporting, all of the money that's coming in is accurate. So to help with that, because we have 900 active leases for oil and gas, about that number now, we've hired Martindale Consultants to help us with the financial aspects of that, to help us kind of determine where our efficiencies are in our auditing process, and also help us kind of establish a better system than what we're doing. I think we're doing pretty good with what resources we've got, but we can always be better. So we've looked at getting some guidance on that end. So that was kind of a big accomplishment this year, that we were able to get that partnership in place. We've spent quite a bit of time this year with our ECMC partners, monitoring and being involved with their rulemakings and procedure processes there, staying involved, because we've had quite a few large projects that they've been moving through their permitting process, and then also the rulemakings, which are very influential on the operators in the state. So like the cumulative impacts rulemaking is still ongoing. So kind of monitoring to see where those trends may be going for our operators, which can have an impact on our leasing activity. But I think our big takeaway again last year is that we literally have no control over production demand, what the product is selling for. So some notes from Crystal, like the average price of oil from 2022-23 fiscal year was $84. Last year, it was $77. So despite that drop in price, our production actually was fairly stable to a little bit increased. So we actually made $3 million more in oil than we made the year before. But when you look at gas, the price per MCF, which is the volume that they measure it by, basically halved. It went from $4.58 to $2.37. So even though our production level was steady, the drop in revenue was significant, and that accounted for our difference in the revenue pricing. So we continue to monitor the market, make adjustments the best we can as we go forward, and continue to work with our operators to make sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Katie, have we seen any decrease in the number of companies? I know there's been consolidation, but since the rules were put in place several years ago.
I can't speak on a statewide level because it's kind of interesting, since most of our assets are on the Front Range. We don't have a lot on the West Slope, and they're very different operating areas. But here on the Front Range, there's been a lot of the consolidation. That's been the biggest movement that we have seen within our agency. But we do have the smaller operators that, for a variety of reasons, are struggling to keep up with some of the regulation changes. And just the tightening of the marketplace. It's harder to compete against some of the larger companies, especially now that they've kind of really conglomerated. So there's been some movement in some of our smaller operators that they're either wrapping up their operations, or unfortunately, they're going through the regulatory process on that side. All of which we monitor because they have to wrap up their operations on our land. You know, they need to plug the wells, they need to reclaim the land. And we keep tracks on all of that. So from our side, yes, we have fewer number of lessees, even though our number of leases, it changes a little bit every year. And there is somewhat of a declining trend, but it's not a rapid decline in the number of leases, but the number of people who hold those leases is.
Always interesting.
Lots of stuff to look at in oil and gas. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christopher Smith, the Real Estate Section Manager. So there's three things I'd like to highlight, just like everybody else that's doing this right now. You'll probably notice on the real estate readout that our net operating income from the commercial portfolio is down slightly at about 3% from last year. But our occupancy is up slightly about 3% from last year. And we are sitting right about 80% occupancy. You've probably also seen the recent news in the Denver Post about how Denver's vacancy rate is at an all-time high, things like that. We are able to keep a pretty solid occupancy. We'd of course like it to be a little bit higher than 80%, but given the market conditions, we're able to be pretty steady with that. Julie was able to work with our brokers, and we did 48,000 square feet of leasing this year. So even though the numbers didn't change much, it's just kind of a constant churn of new tenants and renewal tenants and things like that. So the sort of looking forward in that realm, well, the reason that the revenues are lower is because of two factors. One is higher operating expenses, and two is lower rents. And going forward, we sort of see this to continue that way. So we come to the board last year, and we're continuing to monitor our real estate portfolio and potentially looking for ideal times to divest of some of it. So that's what we're continuing to do. Other things that I'd like to highlight are this year was our, from a dollar standpoint, this was our largest year in transactions. Matt did $61 million in transactions. Those were in three very large transactions that Nick actually showed. They were the Erie transaction, the sale of the Erie property, the sale of a third of the Bohart Ranch, and the acquisition of the Williams Park Ranch. So altogether, that's 61 million. And then lastly, we worked on two large ground leases or long-term ground leases for affordable housing. 9th and Grant, which is a couple blocks away, which will ultimately have 150 units. And Dow Junction was an RFP that we did, which we put out for 100 units. So yeah, those are the highlights. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I was curious with the commercial real estate holdings. I saw the bargain basement price that building just sold at.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a good thing to buy those things? I know we've been divesting
Yeah.
ourselves of those things, but boy, that was like a fraction of.
Yeah, are you talking
value.
about the Inverness one?
Mhm.
Or yeah, $60 a foot or so.
Yeah, it was like pretty,
Not
not quite, but it was crazy.
Yeah, I think it's our opinion that we shouldn't be buying those right now. And that we also shouldn't be selling ours right now. Get them more stabilized, let interest rates come down a little bit. And we're in a pretty good position because we don't have any debt. So we can continue to keep our occupancies high. We're continuing to get fairly decent face rates. So we're doing, pretty well. We're only down 3% on our revenue. And so I think continuing to do that until there's a right time to sell is what we should be doing. But I really don't think when we're looking at things to acquire, we're looking more at triple net assets maybe more industrial type assets. I think office is a little bit of a hot
I
potato right
think the
now.
one I was thinking of was downtown somewhere, but it was order of the price of what it had been. some
One of the-
such thing.
I think we were referring to the same article, but one of the big office buildings downtown traded for like $6 million and the buyer assigned a
Oh, yeah,
million of
410.
it to the building and
Mhm.
5 million of it to the parking garage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically 410, 17th Street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The occupancy was,
Yeah.
yeah, 20% or something, and it's got $15 operating expenses.
Yeah.
Probably $10 operating expense when it's empty.
Right.
It pay taxes and insurance. Actually, it's probably too low.
It was a wild story though. I
Yeah.
was just curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the plummet, in the 80s after the oil and gas.
For sure.
flooded in Those prices.
Yeah.
This is a dumb question, but why is the Williams Park Ranch in the real estate portfolio as opposed to the ag and?
Yeah, it's not in the real estate portfolio. It's a ranch so we helped acquire it. So Matt sort of led the acquisition of it. And we closed on it.
Does all the acquisitions, all the transactions for the agency.
Right.
Through him.
Is buying and selling, we
And he's
consider
part
real
of Chris's
estate?
group.
Oh, I see.
No matter
They
what.
know
Yeah.
we.
And
Okay,
then-
so the management of it
Farmed
is-
out to
Exactly,
whoever's
yeah.
gonna manage it.
Both ag and,
Appraisal.
okay.
Yeah, so lots of people in the agency sort of identify properties. And then the real estate section takes it, negotiates it, goes through the closing process, and we work closely with the district managers if it's a ranch and or Abe if it's recreation. And then we, after closing, we sort of transition it over to the asset manager for lack of, so it's kind of like acquisitions and asset management.
Got it.
So-
Okay, great, thank you.
Phillips has doing that.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, thank you. Yeah, and as to follow up on what other folks were saying, as we look at how we balance our portfolio, and I think it was been said, what would you invest in if you were, if you had what would you do?
Yeah,
More
are
ranch
you,
land, more
are you
building?
talking about our overall portfolio?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I think that the asset allocation I would be looking at includes stocks, it includes land and ranches, it includes recreation ranches, and to a lesser extent, some commercial real estate, but probably more triple net industrial type assets. And then other things like water and things like that. So yeah, that's
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
what's
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. It's a hard question to answer. I think that's something that we've talked about a lot over the years, and it's continue to talk about it.
Well, and we value your judgment and we look to you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job keeping it occupied, more or less.
Yeah, Julie is a tough negotiator and
Yeah.
works with some good brokers and.
Strong holding the brokers.
That's great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, President.
I think I'm next. Hopefully not jumping in front of anybody. Steve Medina, Recreation Program Manager on reporting out on the outdoor recreation business plan. So my top three things, I think the first one is program growth. I was just looking back at my notes from 2013 when I first started in the position. We had at that time 182 recreation leases and generating about $1 million from the recreation program per year. Today, or in this report, we're up to about 450 recreation leases and close to just, if you include both school trust and non-school trust revenue, we're at about $4 million in revenue. So we've grown quite a bit over the last 11 years. Is that right? 11 years, yeah. Another part of the program growth is, of course, just the rates that we receive on our recreation leases. One thing to note in the readout is last year we did, or for the fiscal year reported out, we did about 101 leasing actions. And 100 of those more or less were recreation leases. A third of those were competitive bids. Our competitive bidding process is lets the market determine what the price should be for our leases. It's a straight auction. If we get competitive bids on a parcel, I get on the phone with all the bidders and we auction the property off. And that's been very helpful in just recognizing some of the value in parcels across the state. Our minimum lease rate for anybody to apply is $2.60 per acre per year. And we do a number of leases at that minimum base rate. However, on the competitive leases that we did this fiscal year, that number was about $18 per acre is the average price. So, it's certainly there are properties that warrant that. There are properties that don't have opportunities that wouldn't gain that, but we're letting the market tell us, what some of those what that pricing should be. And then on program growth again, I'm the only kind of person within this recreation program, and I think my leasing capacity or my capacity is somewhat limited, and it'll be very great to have the recreation program technician come on, hopefully in the next month to start taking or centralizing the recreation program administrative work and also helping to increase my capacity to continue building the program. The second item that I wanted to highlight was the Williams Park Ranch. Has been mentioned a number of times. I think that was a great acquisition that we did. It was largely based as a recreation type of a recreation opportunity for a ranch. And last year we did a short-term 6-month lease on that property in order to in between the time we were also preparing an RFP for a 10-year lease. And we gained a fairly reasonable 6-month lease on that property just for the recreation at $195,000 for 6 months, which was exceeded our expectation for when we purchased it or our pro forma. We will be giving a presentation next month on our recommendation for the 10-year lessee next month. So I'll save the details till then. And then the final item that I just wanted to point out and toot my horn a little bit, we did receive an award during this fiscal year from the Colorado Open Space Alliance for outstanding achievement in community partnership and collaboration. That was a project that we did that the board approved a couple years ago for a property in Saguache County, where Great Outdoors Colorado installed five cabins on the state trust land and are leasing them out, short-term rentals for recreation users in the area. And in addition to paying us rent for having the parcels on the property, they're also the bulk of their fund that they retain goes to support their trail building program up and down the San Luis Valley. So it's a great collaboration. I'm glad we got recognition from COSA or from that alliance. And if you happen to get 5280 magazine, there is in the August edition a one-page write-up about the cabins. So yeah, that's what I had. Commissioners have any questions or items to dig into?
It's kind of a big year.
It was a big year. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
There's an item on the ballot this year. Will any of our leasing be impacted by outcome of that?
Yeah, you're referring to the cat hunting?
Right.
Possibly. We do have some outfitters who operate mountain lion hunts. Yeah, possibly. I don't know that there's a lot. Most of our properties, and I would guess that most of the business on the hunting side is elk and deer.
Are you seeing the private, sort of from a market trend perspective, are you seeing a significant expansion in the activities of the private lands, recreation providers like Hip Camp and what is it, Ramble and all
Yeah.
those, are they continue to expand rapidly? Does that look like a successful business model for them?
Yes, they, yes, they have expanded. I think there's been some limitations just in kind of the acceptance of, short-term rentals for, like with HipCap. Acceptance and how do they fit into local development, guidelines should, commercial, quasi-commercial venture of renting out your property for overnight stays for camping, is that something that should fit within a residential zoning or a zoning other than commercial? There's been some discussion and some kind of pushback from communities from that, and it's the same thing that's happening with the Airbnbs and the short-term housing rental market as well. But I mean, those continue to develop and continue to get bigger, and there's a number of those the number of spinoffs that have come from, like Hip Camp and also Harvest Host and, some other types like that. Ramble, I think last month, or maybe it was this month, there was an announcement just on the strength of the outdoor recreation economy in Colorado. That was in a press release from the governor, from the governor's office, and it's a strong market, continues to contribute significantly to Colorado's economy. And as a result of that, and just the continued rise in outdoor recreation use, I think, there's certainly opportunity and have seen some growth in like Ramble or the private campground development opportunities. We are currently working with Ramble on, we were working with them on 3 different campgrounds that they're looking to propose on state trust land across the state. So yeah, I think that those will, and it's a different type of opportunity that the market is, some folks within the outdoor recreation market are looking for. I'll just highlight Ramble. Their campgrounds contain a small little kitchenette next to your fire pit. So with the idea that, and camp chairs and there's a number of amenities that are provided at each individual campground so that a first-time camper, a young family, or somebody who's never gone into the outdoors before to camp, it's more approachable for them, and they can try it out with a little less risk. So, I think that there's having the diversity within the outdoor recreation marketplace of offerings is going to continue.
Great, it's good to know it's still a trend, just more opportunities for us, maybe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
There he is.
Hi there. Sounds like I'm next. Hi again, Commissioners. David Rodenberg, Renewable Energy Program Manager. I wanted to mention a few highlights related to the program that occurred this past fiscal year. The first key highlight is that the program revenue has increased $1.1 million. This was accomplished through executing 10 additional planning leases and 1 additional production lease. One key planning lease that was signed is a solar planning lease for 6,500 acres in Pueblo County, which, if it converts to a production lease down the road, it could add up to 700 megawatts to the renewable energy program's portfolio. But keep in mind, this project is very early in the planning phase, so the developer has quite a bit of work to do, which it's going to take several years to get that to that point of requesting a production lease. So the program is still on an upwards trend, and with the expected future conversion of a few of the existing 40 planning leases that the State Land Board has to a production lease, the expectation is that revenue will continue to significantly increase over the next few years. In fact, I'm actually planning to bring a solar production lease application to the board next month. Lastly, I would like to mention that the State Land Board's renewable energy program now has a wildly important goal known as a WIG with the governor's office. The WIG is to increase the megawatts in state trust land to 750 megawatts by 2025. So currently, we are close to having about 600 megawatts of renewable energy being produced on state trust land. And based on updates on our existing planning leases, I'm as confident as I can be that we'll be able to achieve that goal. Those are the highlights for the renewable energy program. Be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
And do we communicate that back to the governor's office?
Every month. Sorry, did that? Yeah. I meant, yes, every month. Yeah, we do. This is the first time that the land board has had a WIG. DNR has lots of them, but the land board added the renewable energy one this year. I think David said we have to get to 750 by next year. It's actually by 2027, but we're certainly on track with 40 planning leases. And where we own property seems to be in the path of where this stuff wants to go. And now the XL Power Pathway is being built and we own land near that. So I'm confident that we will make the WIG. I do, want to say there's probably an upper ceiling to how much money we will ever make in this business. At some point, the state will be 100% renewable. And if we still had this same capture rate, I think, Chris, you or David calculated out at one point that we'd make 15 million a year or something. So I've heard the perception before from legislators that, oh, well, when oil and gas goes well, you'll just replace it with renewables. And it's not even close. There are two completely different market pricing mechanisms. On one, we're selling something that is highly transportable and can be shipped out of state. And in the other, we are simply renting a footprint and getting a percentage. So very, very different businesses. But David's done a tremendous job growing this. And we're proud of our contribution to the state's renewable energy goals. It's really been good.
David, I had a question for you with respect to your note here about local land use codes. How big of a threat do you see this being over time, both as to solar and as to wind?
Well, we haven't seen really any negative impact in regards to our wind leases. And we've had one significant issue in San Miguel County that sort of put the kibosh on a solar utility scale project there. But other than those two, I haven't really seen any negative impacts regarding the land use codes.
So you don't expect this to be like an expanding trend in communities that's going to knock us off of, your projections over the next several years?
At least not where we have the majority of our planning leases. I mean, most of our planning leases are in areas that have gone through multiple projects already and seem to support renewable energy. So, and that's the heart of our business, is sort of in that sort of swath. We have extraneous projects elsewhere, but mostly in counties that have already seem to have supported renewable energy.
Okay, thanks.
If I can add on to that a little bit, we, Elliot and I did have to go up to the one of the Senate committees and make a presentation on how renewables, and in particular solar, was interfacing with ag. I think there's concern in the ag community that we're going to panel them out of business. We did some research to prepare for that presentation. And what we found was that the 600 megawatts that we are producing today, we are doing on a sum total of 2,300 acres of land. So less than 1/10 of 1% of our portfolio is being used for renewables. I mean, the wind footprint is tiny, and the solar footprint is still just not that big yet for us. And so I just don't think it's a concern at the macro level. And then at the micro level, I think we've adopted policies that try to take into account how big an impact we're going to have on that agricultural operation and either scale back what's going on us or try and get some of it put onto the ag operator. Interestingly, at the hearing, one of the ag operators that we do business with showed up and said, hey, I wanted some of those panels on my grazing land because it's a nice diversifier to my ranching business. You know, I've got drought years where I can't run as many cattle. So if I've got checks coming in from the solar, that's stabilizing for me. So it was interesting to sort of do that research and talk about that to some of the legislators who are concerned about the impacts of some of these things on the ag community. And I just don't think the one that we're having is very material to that business. I think we try to collaborate with them rather than push them out. So
There is a federal possible bill with Manchin and Barrasso, energy permitting reform. It'd be interesting for us to track because we're doing a little work around that. And I think that should it pass in a lame duck session, and there seems to be a feeling that might, I'm not sure how that affects states, but it is kind of getting after the same issue of how do you, from a federal perspective, bring all the renewables online that are needed. It's related to all kinds of permitting reform, including, you know, fixing the national grid and all these other things, but it's kind of, it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. David, thank you. How do we go about enhancing or growing in essence, the rental rate per acre? You know, I read articles which they seem absurd, but we're getting $4,500 an acre per year. And they got to be for just tiny, you know, whatever you call the small. So, but again, how do we do that? I've sent you articles in the past or contracts in the past out of California at $2,000 plus an acre per year. How do we grow that part of it or get our rates up? Or can we?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, one of the key things on any project that we have, so first of all, we only have 2 utility scale production leases, and one of them is significantly large, the Thunderwolf project. And then the only other one we have is we have a 40-acre parcel involved in a large project. But in our leases, we have a most favored nations clause. So any private land that is participating, unless we reach, so we negotiate, and if our number is higher than theirs, of course, that's what we stick with. But if it's not, we always are guaranteed the private land negotiated amount as well. And that actually came into play on one of our wind production leases a few years ago. A significant difference. I think it was like $1,000 per megawatt difference. Wind is per megawatt. That's how we charge our production leases, and on solar leases, it's a per acre amount. But I've never heard of that high of an amount before in any discussions that I've had. But you know, I hear ranges anywhere between $300 to $1,200 an acre in other leases that aren't on state trust land.
Right.
But we continue to monitor it as best we can to try to have discussions and find out from the private land folks what they're getting on projects that are out on state trust land.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
You bet.
Thanks.
I think I'm next. Is that what you guys have?
That's what I have.
All right. Excellent. That's first.
Seize the day.
Right. For the record, Ben Teschner, Solid Minerals Manager, and I have a few highlights here, but I think, you know, one of the things I've observed as we've all been coming up here is, you know, I get to sit here and be sort of the mouthpiece for Solid Minerals, and yet it's really difficult to kind of break down who exactly in our agency is, you know, there's no one person who's sort of responsible for all these things, and the tendrils of our business lines flowed out into all other business lines and other you know, folks that we get to work with. So you know, not the least of which Mindy and Lindsay, who work extensively on my business line on things like stewardship
and potential impacts in that space. But I also want to highlight that we also do the other thing, which is we sort of stuff some new businesses or emerging businesses into solid minerals in this case, and which I work with particularly close with Crystal on geologic carbon sequestration, which this year we are now making $680,000 or this last fiscal year from that business line, in so much as it is one at this point. And that has only come from exploration leasing. So there's a potential on the horizon here for that to really emerge, especially as we start putting carbon into the ground. Similarly, although to a much lesser extent, geothermal, it also sits within this this business plan readout that you have in front of you. And that is a business line that we expect to emerge a bit more in the next, certainly in the next decade. Although does not at this point have the revenue in the hundreds of thousands of dollars yet. The big top line that we report in solid minerals is the non-coal solid minerals revenue. And that is certainly, I think, the right number to be reporting, because that reflects what I think we see as the future of this business line. Coal, as we know, is a declining commodity, and nevertheless generated $5.2 million for us in the last fiscal year. So it is a little bit buried in the readout there, but is nevertheless something that we're working hard on in this business line. And what we are working on is transitioning those coal lease properties into their next beneficial use. So in grand total, this business line made $7.8 million all in. Coming back to the non-coal, we report non-coal revenue, including AMR surrenders, and AMR is that advanced minimum royalty that we make so many lessees pay whether they produce or not. And the accounting of those two revenue is a little bit sporadic. The result of which is in the last fiscal year, we reported $900,000 in AMR surrender all at once. That means that this year, when we didn't get that nice $900,000 boost, that it sort of appears that this business line has declined when you kind of remove those really sporadic accounting. We're actually seeing core growth of about 21% of rent and real royalties in this business. I'm really proud of that, because this is a business line where you plant trees under whose shade you are unlikely to sit. And it reflects work of my predecessor and also early work of my own way back 5 years ago, where we began to really track when we had opportunities to increase royalties and use Atlas and other tools to do that. And so we've done that slowly over the course of the last 5 years or so, and are now seeing a lot of the results of that continued work. And then my last highlight is in the geologic carbon and geothermal spaces at our sister agencies, we're seeing a lot of emerging regulation and emerging rulemaking around geothermal and geologic carbon sequestration. And Crystal and I especially have been really engaged with ECMC in that rulemaking. And I'm really proud to say that not just from our agency's perspective, but within state government, I see us representing a bit of a trusted market partner that may not exist always in those other agencies. We are constantly playing in the private markets. We are seeing what our lessees are doing and what our lessees need. And the agent and ECMC has been, I think, really excited to have our perspective in that way. So I'm excited to say I think we're able to make that regulation better, not only for us as an agency, but us as a state. And we'll continue to do that in the coming fiscal year. Happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Chavez. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Is there, not to get too crazy, but just right across the border in Wyoming, there's the rare earth minerals and all that. Do we have lands that, how do we know if we have rare earth minerals on our properties?
Oh, boy, you're a month ahead of schedule.
Okay.
I planned this right there.
We do have a project right now that is, we have our fingers crossed. We're gonna learn a lot about this project in the next year or so. And it is a rare earths project up in Moffat County, almost bordering Wyoming, in fact. And I will be coming to you next month requesting an extension of the exploration lease there. You've already seen one extension of the same exploration lease a year ago. The short version is it's taking us longer than we had hoped to get the information we need to negotiate a production lease. But stay tuned, because that is maybe the most exciting lease in my portfolio, at least from my perspective.
Thank you.
It's great to have these little enticements.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Makes you
Tune in November.
Yeah, tune in November, and I'll work with our sponsors.
Just curious, sort of big picture out in the West, what are you seeing in terms of trends or excitement or success in the geothermal space?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement. I think my professional opinion is that we are Colorado certainly has geothermal resources. I want to be really clear on that. We do not have the geothermal resources that Nevada has. We definitely don't have the geothermal resources that California has. So there is a limit to where we're going to be on that, but it is nevertheless really exciting, and I think it's something we're going to see soon. And the Mount Princeton project in Chaffee County is one that is a real test case, I think, for a lot of things, not just the technology, but also community appetite for geothermal, and then how and whether this is the type of thing that we can connect to grids in Colorado and make sense. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and I think we'll see. But from a geologic perspective, basically the further west you go, the better the geothermal resources get, and they really end at about here right at about this office, in fact, and east of onto the Great Plains, they more or less disappear. At least from a deep geothermal power generation perspective. When we talk about things like passive heating and cooling, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Crystal, I think you.
I was, excuse me, I was just gonna add that, in terms of geothermal, there's different types, because that could be geothermal through water, or it could be through hot rock, and we do have a lot of hot rock in the state. And there's a current project that Virgo Energy is doing in Utah, and NPR just ran an article on it yesterday. But they have a 60 megawatt power plant using a closed loop system, heating water through hot rock and then running a turbine up above. So I think some of those projects, now that they're coming online, would be interesting to see how that can translate here in Colorado. So I think there's some interesting technologies out there that are coming.
So fun things.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks,
Thank
Ben.
you.
Back to David.
My turn again?
Yep.
So yeah, I just wanted to mention a few things regarding the tower site program. I also want to mention a few things after that about the right-of-way program, but first with tower sites. So the first key highlight regarding the tower site program is I wanted to mention is the revenue. although I'd love to be able to say and take credit for the increased revenue of 95% through additional tower site leases, as shown in the business plan, the reality is that a large portion of that revenue increase is from past due collected rent. A fair portion of it was from last year, but there was also some uncollected rent from several years prior to that. So we got that all trued up, and that was really the big increase this year on why it is 95%. On a side note, the past due rent was also the reason why last year's revenue appeared to decrease significantly. I think it was about 100,000. When in fact, when you consider the rent that the board should have received, it actually increased slightly last year. So even if you take out the past due rent issue that was reflected, the program continues to still moderately increase year after year. We've executed one new tower site lease and continue to get interest in locating tower sites on trust land. I'm currently working on 2 more tower site lease requests that will affect next year's fiscal numbers, if they turn into actual leases, of course, which I expect both of them to. So yeah, we continue to moderately increase the tower site program revenue despite the minimal staff resources dedicated to the program. And even though $500,000 annual revenue doesn't warrant an additional full-time FTE, we are analyzing whether the program has the potential for significant revenue increase and whether to allocate additional resources to the program. I've spoken with several tower site companies, and the indication that cell companies are continuing to build out and expand, but to put an actual projection on that number has been pretty difficult. So yeah, those are the few highlights of the program. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, I wanted to mention a few things about the right-of-way program. It's not necessarily a line of business where we have a business plan and where we necessarily pursue entities to put rights-of-ways on state trust land. However, we do accommodate them as long as it follows our policy and when it makes sense for the trust land. And the program earns a significant amount of revenue each year. This past fiscal year, the program earned approximately $3.4 million in revenue. Part of this revenue is due to renewals. Starting in the early 1990s, the board changed their policy to require a 30-year term rather than issuing perpetual terms on rights-of-ways. With the exception of road rights-of-ways, we still issue perpetual rights-of-ways on those. So starting a couple of years ago, we started to see those rights-of-ways come due, and therefore we are now starting to see rights-of-way renewals each year and the additional revenue associated to them. And we'll continue to see renewals each year going forward. So there's that. That's the key thing I wanted to mention about rights-of-ways. I also wanted to give you an update, Josie, on your question earlier today about the Colorado broadband deployment goal. I was able to get an answer on that. So it's currently at 94.3%. So they have about 5.7% to go to reach that goal.
David, thank you very
Yeah,
much
that was
for looking that up.
Absolutely. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, I just wanted to give a shout out to Aaron Hurlbert. He assists me with all 3 of these programs and has been a tremendous asset since he's been hired into the transaction and record services group a few years ago. So he's been a tremendous help and continues to help me with all 3 of those programs in a significant fashion.
David, can we get an AT&T tower on top of this building? That'd be super helpful.
That'd be great.
It's
Like
a really
one bar
tall
here.
building right there, unfortunately.
Or there, I'm not picking.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Water.
Water's gonna carry us out.
Finally,
We're gonna
last.
drift away.
Drift away. Justin Berry, Water Program Manager. I'm the soggy last bite of Nick's proverbial Oreo cookie.
Bringing it all
Bring
around.
it, Michelle.
I'm trying to milk it for all.
That's right.
Oh.
I'd like to highlight the Williams Park Ranch as well, since everybody else.
Everybody's taking. It's a team game here.
So the water program line of business is interesting, and I view it as there's three prongs, so to speak. There's the defensive side where we're trying to protect all of our assets, not just water. There's the management side where we're trying to keep up with regulatory things like today's dam safety item. And then there's I call it the offensive side where we're actually proactively leasing out our water. And so I want to focus briefly on the defensive side. I review water court resumes, so water right applications every month for the entire state. And one of the bullets was we filed, with the help of the Attorney General's office, of course, we filed 17 statements of opposition in water court. And while it's kind of weird to highlight that, I want to highlight it because it's actually turned into opportunities. On our second page, are under the program goal status, first bullet, it creates opportunities to collaborate with folks. There are some of our lessees that have filed water rights on land board property, and prior to having my position, we just said, don't do that. And now I have the focus and time and ability to say, well, let's do that. And let's also talk about how that would work and how that might increase revenue for both my line of business and the other line of business. In looking through those water court resumes, we've also found water that is being brought on to state land board that we didn't know about, that we may have the ability to acquire or continue to work with our lessee in doing that sort of thing. So it's really interesting in that how this defensive role turns into kind of more of an offensive type of thing. So some other things, this one was unfortunate. I debated about whether I want to bring it up or not, but one of the items on this sheet, since we drafted the sheet to today, is evaporated. Unintended. Thank you. So I was in the midst of negotiating a groundwater recharge lease in the San Luis Valley with the Rio Grande Water Conservation District. Recharge in that valley is very important because they're trying to get the groundwater level elevation higher to comply with a variety of different statutes, which is part of the reason why we sold some of our groundwater in that region to contribute towards that. And it made sense financially. That groundwater recharge lease, it fell apart for a variety of different reasons. Really, it was nothing in our control. There's still an opportunity that it might happen, but I was excited to highlight it because it was contributing, but it went away. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's been a good year. There has been a revenue increase, and a large part of that was our lease option with Rangeview out on Lowry, where they're leasing in the future. The ECCV water and infrastructure that we brought to you, I think it was just about a year ago. With that, I'm happy to take questions.
This is
One of
Commissioner.
the things you talked about, lesson learned, was under water share acquisition, that competitors can finalize acquisitions more quickly. Say more about that.
Sure. We had a chance to acquire some reservoir water that I began talking with this individual about buying his shares, and he had kind of marketed it to some other folks, and they were able to write him a check right there on the spot. And we have to go through our process, which is right. Other folks can just act a lot more quickly. So if you'd like to give me like $1 million fund that I can just add my discretion.
That's not going for it.
No. Okay. Makes sense. So that's basically what.
Thank you.
Justin? I said
You've learned a lot since you've come on board and you've done a lot, so.
Thank you.
Philip? Sorry,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez.
It's all good. You know, earlier today, we were talking about carbon sequestration. Is on any of our lands, do you see an opportunity to, you know, well, you talked about recharge our aquifers and, you know, build ponds and, I mean, we need to be storing water, saving water in this state. Is there any hope there or opportunities?
Yeah, so we have, off the top of my head, we have 3 or 4 recharge leases in the South Platte Basin at least. I've been pursuing those in the San Luis Valley and a little bit in the Arkansas. From what I've been told, Arkansas doesn't recharge well, so they just don't do it as much. The San Luis Valley, I don't know what to say about it other than their water is so restricted in terms of a call to develop new water is an uphill battle, even though that's what they need, in my opinion. So yes, I've been trying to push it. Sometimes it feels like I'm pushing a rope, and other times it goes well. So,
Is there opportunity to visit with and Becky Mitchell's staff, whatever her role is? I know she's representative for the Colorado River. I just can't think of her title. You know, working with them. I mean, Colorado needs to conserve water and store it, or build more dams or recharge. You know, maybe there's something we could do with them or for all of us.
yeah, with CWCB, I think Becky is now her full-time role is she represents Colorado as the Colorado River Commissioner on the Upper Basin states. She was formerly the director of CWCB and has moved on. But yeah, we definitely can explore more with the CWCB of how we can utilize our lands and with mutual goals.
Yeah. I mean, they're constantly doing different things. But yeah, maybe there's an opportunity to work together.
Sure.
I'm curious, Justin, over the last however long you've been involved in water, you know, is the velocity of sort of water transactions, thinking whether it's municipal or private, is the velocity of those transactions in water assets growing, shrinking, staying the same, or is it just very volatile and it just, you know, a big one in any given year skews it? I'm just curious if there's a building trend to swapping water rights, or if all the drought and the Colorado River, you know, negotiations have just put a damper on.
Yeah, that's a great question. Velocity is an interesting way to describe it. I think looking back to 2002 is kind of the landmark drought year where a lot of people were caught, well, in a drought, but with not great plans for drought. I'm thinking specifically of municipalities. And since then, they've learned a lot of lessons and they've firmed up their water supplies. And so, yeah, I'm even thinking of one of our lessees, the city of Greeley, where they have abundant supply, but they're always looking 50 years out or X years out. And so they're looking for good deals, not necessarily in an emergency type of situation. So I don't know that the velocity has increased. I think the markets, what we've seen, at least in the northern Front Range, have settled down a little bit. What I'm specifically thinking of is the Colorado Big Thompson project, the CBT project with Northern Water. They're kind of a benchmark for water pricing. And there was an auction this late summer, and people were surprised at how little it auctioned off for. It seems like it's plateaued. But I think there's other assets that are increasing to hit that price point. And we hopefully will be bringing one of those to you all in the near future for an acquisition. We'll see how it plays out. But does that
Yeah, yeah, it does. I just was curious, it's just the general, sense of the size and the dynamism of the market.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the municipalities are pretty much willing buyers, always scouting out for an attractive, whatever their definition is, attractive acquisition.
Right. Yeah, and it really feels like the urgency is lessened. The west side of the state is a whole different ballgame. It's velocity might higher velocity might be a good description of it. Just there's more there. I don't want to use the word behind, but there's more water there. There's fewer people there on the west side, and so there's more opportunity, so to speak.
Thank you.
Commissioners, before we leave the love fest of business line readouts, I just want to take 30 seconds to thank the folks that you don't necessarily hear from in these kind of reportings. There's lots of folks that keep the gears turning, keep the lights on, keep the meetings running well. And tremendous help from our attorneys who have their hands in almost every single transaction we have going. So lots of thanks for folks that we haven't already thanked.
Yep. Thank you, Nick. Yep.
Well, are there any other matters to be considered or?
Yeah.
No.
Usually first.
Direct,
That's okay.
please.
Please proceed. Yeah, I'm outside of the cookie now, so, just a few items in here that I thought I'd call your attention to. One, as I've made a habit of doing lately, I want to remind you that there were 77 lease actions that we did without bringing them here, because that's the authority you've given us under policy. Second, a bit of a success piling on the Love Fest here with the permanent fund. It's at a little more than 1.6 billion now, so it's up over 200 million in the last year. A lot of that is due to our deposits. We put the Erie sale proceeds in there. I wish more of it were from gains, but that's not how it was invested. However, at the most recent meeting, the Permanent Fund Investment Board voted to increase the allocation to equities from 35% to 50%. Yeah, no kidding. It's been a long time coming. We're gonna do that by legging in over the next 8 quarters, primarily using money that we deposit in rather than selling off the existing bond portfolio. The bond portfolio is getting better than it was, but it was pretty underwater for a while there. And so the theory was, let's just let those things go to maturity and not try to sell them to artificially move into equities. So baby steps, but steps in the right direction nonetheless. Let's see, on the Reppy and SOAR program, Chris and Matt and Elliot and others are continuing, Ben are continuing to do a lot of work on that. One that a piece of this that's getting a lot of attention is the Table Mountain property, 9,300 acres in Fremont County. And so we're having to spend a lot of time on that now. It seems to have become a higher priority, perhaps for DNR, perhaps for Nature Conservancy. But where this one gets tricky is that we have existing solid mineral leases and with operators who are very excited about the material there and would like to expand their leases. So we've got to figure out, well, is whatever easement that's going to need to be put in place, is that going to preclude solid minerals, or could we do some kind of a rolling disturbance cap, or and if we do want the easement to preclude further development there, then we got to get paid for it. School children are forsaking an asset, straining an asset, so you got to get paid. So that valuation work is in process and ongoing, and you may hear more about that in the coming few months here. Let's see, there's some beautiful pictures in here of work that Julie Majors championed for us. For any of you who park at 12th and Sherman, we have great big swaths of ugly asphalt, and we have pretty trees, and
very nice.
And Julie was able to go secure grants through the Denver River Partnership that have that looking completely different than it used to. And so thank you for our little part to beautify the city. And be a good citizen and a good neighbor. I thought Abe might talk about this a little bit when he talked about the rec plan. And you all were asking about the Ramble and some of the hut operators and part of the obstacle to growing that business, and Abe, come kick me or get up here and correct me when I get it wrong, but is, constitutionally, we, lessees of ours are required to go get local land use permits. There is pushback from communities about a lot of these things, and this month that manifested itself in the Shadow Mountain Bike Park, where Jefferson County's Planning Commission made a denial recommendation for a permit to the county commissioners. The applicant is still planning, last I heard, they were still planning to go forward to the commissioners anyway. But again, the opponents to that mounted a vigorous campaign to stop it. And so here's what could be a great recreation use pretty close to Denver. But the recommendation from the staff is not to allow that permit. We're seeing, I know you've seen that with some other Ramble campground operators. We saw it down at Wilson Mesa. And so I think that's been an obstacle to the growth of some of the recreation business. And recreation is a huge priority for the governor. He's said, I want more recreation opportunities around the state. Land board, what can you do? And unless somebody changes the Constitution, which I don't think is going to happen, that's going to be a considerable point of resistance for us to.
We've increased the hunting.
Yep.
We've increased
Dramatically.
Tons of opportunities.
Yep. Yep. There are other ways we will contribute to the goal beyond this, but just wanted to call the Shadow Mountain Bike Park to your attention in the staff report. And maybe on that note, I miss. I've turned my pages quickly enough. Let me let it go there and see if you all have questions about other stuff.
Bill,
Yes.
Just in case you didn't say it, the 2024 annual report. is part of that.
Yeah, right here, right?
And we have this.
Yeah, great, showed up. So enjoy that. It's another nice colorful celebration of all the work we've been doing.
So maybe now we go eat Nick's birthday cake. Finish our celebration of success here. Uh-oh.
Good job.
You didn't bring your own cake?
I thought you were the birthday boy.
From what my country is, we buy each other.
Got it.
There's there's one been provided out there.
Commissioners, I think we sent you an email, but next month's meeting right now looks like it's only 2 to 3 hours. Hold your morning until noon until we refine that, but it'll be a short meeting, so let's do it virtually. And it'll be on Wednesday, November 13th.
Yeah.
Yes,
Indeed.
that's all I've got.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, everybody. We'll close the
Thank you
meeting
all.
officially.
Thank you.
Like that.
It's a lot of power.
Yeah.
I know. Watch out.
The gavel down.